Okay, well, welcome to the California Advisory Committee on Geographic Names. We'll be talking about our names today in some order of business. So first off, we'll go through a roll call and mic check. Let's see, I'll go ahead and put the agenda on the screen. So let's see, actually I've got the agenda or the roll call at the bottom of my agenda right here. So we'll start out just to make sure, see what committee members are present today. And so when I call your name, go ahead and just say, hi, I'm here, or just something so that we can make sure we can hear you. We'll mic check. So starting off, Mary Simmer.
Present.
Department of Water Resources. Great. Daniel Walsh from the Department of Parks and Rec.
Present.
Richard List, Department of Fish and Wildlife.
Here.
Amy Loseth, Department of Conservation.
Present.
Great. Tiffany Meyer, I'm here. Christina Snyder from Native American Heritage Commission. Christina, I don't think Christina's here yet. And Greg Lucas, who is also not able to join us today. And Susan Anderson, I believe is out sick today. Okay, our ex officio members. Amar Azucena Sid, and I apologize if I did not pronounce that correctly. Amar, are you here today? Assembly Member James C. Ramos from Select Committee on Native American Affairs. Assembly Member Reginald Byron Jones Sawyer.
Good afternoon, everyone. Nick Fletcher on behalf of Assemblymember Jones Sawyer and the Legislative Black Caucus. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Thank you for joining us, Nick. Assemblymember Luz Rivas from Latino Legislative Caucus. Assemblymember Ash Kalra from Asian Pacific Islander Legislative Caucus. Senator Susan Eggman from Legislative LGBTQ Caucus. Okay, and then we have our federal advisors, Carol Ostergren from United States Geological Survey.
I am here. Thanks very much.
Hey, Carol. Great. James Barnes from United States Bureau of Land Management.
Present. Thank you. Morning, everyone.
Morning, James. Jeffrey Ferguson from National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration.
I'm here. Good morning.
Morning, Jeff. Rich Spradling from U.S. Forest Service.
Present and accounted for.
Great. And then our emeritus advisors, Jim Trumbulley, retired from State Parks. I don't believe he's here yet. Will Patterson, Fish and Wildlife.
Yes. Hi, good morning.
Hey, Will.
Please skip over Amanda Kaplan.
Oh, I sure did. Amanda Kaplan from Parks, National Park Service. Are you here, Amanda?
Hi, Tiffany. This is Jenny. I did hear from my Park Service counterpart on the BGN that Amanda would not be available today because of, just like you, all the fire issues in the Pacific Northwest.
Got it.
Absolutely
Yeah.
understood. Thank you.
Yeah. Clayton Garrard, Department of Water Resources. And then we have our support staff, Kira Healy from State Library.
Present.
Hi, Kira. Sue Tyson.
Present.
Hi, Sue. Hey. Tom Negrete. And Pam Martin.
Present.
Hi, Pam. Great. Okay, let's get started. So we approved our minutes from the May 7th meeting online, so that is done. We will circulate a roster to make sure that we have all of your information correctly entered in that, again, because of our new members. We probably won't have to do this every time we meet, but again, we're still kind of getting things lined up and settled out. So you'll look for that coming through. And if you see any errors in the roster, let Kira and I know so we can adjust it.
That was circulated along with the agenda to the panel members. So if they can check that email, it should be there. They can just let us know if there are any issues with the content.
Great. Thanks, Kira. And then I just wanted to make a little note about how we will be referring to offensive names during our discussions. Some names that come up on our roster can be very offensive. So we want to use those names, the actual names that we're replacing, as little as possible. So we've kind of come up with some guidelines. Ideally, we want to just mention the offensive name once as you're introducing the case, but then as you're actually discussing the case, it's ideal if you can refer more to the new name that's replacing that offensive name. Just to keep that offensive name out of the discussion as much as possible, but still be able to discuss the case. And then we also have a case that for Negro Bar up in Folsom. We've had a couple proposals for that, and it's sort of on standby now. And it's part of the state parks. So I'm going to hand it over to Daniel. Daniel, you have an update for us on where that stands, right?
Yeah, I do.
Great, if you could
Okay.
give us that update.
So the California State Parks is continuing to meet with stakeholder groups to select new naming options, which will be submitted to the California State Parks Director for his consideration. Currently, we don't have a formal recommendation for the Bureau of Geographic Names. However, they have been holding many stakeholder meetings and are continuing to work through the process. Consensus has come through the stakeholder groups that interpretation and lack thereof has been the largest factor in the misunderstanding of the feature's current name. It's the department's hope that they will be having name recommendations ready for the California State Parks Director early this fall. So hopefully coming up very soon.
Oh yeah, that is soon. Great. Does anybody on the committee have any comments about that or questions? Okay, great. So I guess just to officially, I think as a committee, we support the name change, but we're not going to move it to a vote until we get more specific information from the park. Okay, any other items of business or announcements that anyone has? Okay, the next item, actions made by the U.S. Board of Geographic Names since our last meeting.
Tiffany, real quick, Jenny Runyon appears to have her hand up.
Jenny, I'm sorry.
So,
Yeah,
No
ask me,
problem.
Jen.
Thank you, Kara. Thank you, Tiffany. Sorry, I was a little late there in raising my hand on that last item, the Negro Bar name change. I believe we have on record already non-support from the California committee based on some previous meeting, and I was scrambling there to see exactly when that was. I presume from what Daniel's reporting that we should negate that recommendation at this point, that you're withdrawing your opposition. I know the opposition was couched with, pending another possible another name or pending further stakeholder outreach. I don't know whether this committee needs to make a formal vote to withdraw its objection, or you may have to review the minutes where that was stated, because right now on record, again, it is on record that you all do not support this proposal. So it might be
So
just a
that's-
matter of business. I'd have to find them, what we received
So
from you. Does that make any
That
sense?
is specifically the proposal to change the name to Freedom Bar, I believe. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
correct.
There was a follow-up one that we received also to change it, I believe, to Black Bar. We did not formally acknowledge that as a proposal. We did not review list it. We simply forwarded it, I believe, to you all as a update in the hopes that it be resolved locally, or, the state parks would consider that as another possible option on the list, but we did not review list it. So we do not have a recommendation from you all on Black Bar, nor have we even, like I said, review listed it. But yes, you're right. It would be on the Freedom Bar proposal is the one that we're, I guess, just wanting to clarify if it needs to be officially
So
withdrawn.
do you need us to withdraw that so that you don't have to consider not approving it?
Not, well, even an informal report at this meeting, is sufficient, I think. It's really more up to you. If you think it needs to be formally stated for the record, or if it's just presumed based on these discussions.
Yeah, that's a tricky one, because when we did recommend to disapprove that one, it was almost an entirely different committee other than Daniel and I.
It's a good point. Yeah. Is this current committee a continuation of the previous committee's actions, or are you essentially starting over from scratch and anything we might have gotten before that's still pending is essentially negated? I don't know. That's I guess a question for you. I don't know.
Yeah, because no one else heard the case, but basically the California State Parks wanted to get more involved and bring it to the public and come up with a better name, and we all agreed. So we disapproved the initial recommendation of Freedom Bar. Can we just put it on hold? Or if Freedom Bar does turn out to be the best of choices, can that be reproposed?
Well, it's still an active proposal as far as we're concerned. It would take, only the proponent themselves could withdraw the proposal for Freedom Bar, and it's still pending. So it's really just a matter of whether or not you want to withdraw the committee's disapproval. I did find, it was in minutes of your October 2019 meeting.
Uh-huh.
And it says, so that it was presented, I guess Saul had that case at the time. And it basically says Parks disapproves name change, local African-American support for current name because of history, reference, and importance. Proposal disapproved 5-0. So as
Yeah.
it stands, that's our latest statement from you all. I just feel like maybe for the record, do you want to just withdraw that statement?
Not necessarily. We do support a name change, but we don't want that name. So we're waiting for more information.
Okay, well, it doesn't say anything about supporting a name change in the October 19 minutes. It
Okay,
simply
so we
says
could
disapprove
update.
the name change and that their support for keeping the current name. So maybe you want to amend those minutes, but again, I don't know protocol. Can you amend minutes of a former committee? I don't know. I don't want to belabor this now, but maybe you want to discuss offline with Lizzie or whoever and decide.
Rich, you have a comment?
Oh yeah, just saying. I think you should leave it the way it is. Committees always change. They never stay the same. And so I just leave it as it is. You might amend the minutes. I think you could do that. And the other question I had, Jenny, did BGN take an action on Freedom Bar?
No, it's still pending.
Okay, just
No.
wanted to make sure it was still pending.
No,
Okay.
it's still pending, yeah.
So in these minutes, would it be sufficient to state that we disapprove Freedom Bar as we did in the meeting in 2019, but we support a name change. And we're waiting for more specific information.
Well, yeah, I mean, you could, although as you said a moment ago, I mean, Freedom Bar could end up being the quote, winning selection. So it's
would it be better, Jenny, if we then stated that the committee supports changing the name but is not ready to vote at this time?
Yeah, I think that would be sufficient. I think, yeah, just for the record. Because we are occasionally getting inquiries from, I don't know if it's the proponent or a friend of hers, or I'm not exactly clear who this person is, but every once in a while they'll reach out to us and what's the status. And right now on record, all we have is California committee does not support this name change. And I don't know if that's really what you want to be saying at this point.
Not exactly. That's only part of
exactly.
the statement.
Exactly. So, again, whether you want to amend the October 2019 minutes or add an addendum in these minutes to clarify your position, that might be all you need.
Okay, we'll do that.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. Sorry, I know it's a little
statement in these
complicated.
minutes that we do support a name change.
Okay.
It's important to cover.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, actions made since our last meeting. We did recommend to approve Leonard Creek in Sierra County, and the BGN approved it in their June 10th meeting. So that was exciting. Oh boy, okay, we're ready to jump into cases now. And we'll follow the same protocol we did in May as far as like public discussion. Oh, which reminds me, are we recording this yet? I didn't see any messages come up that this is being recorded, this meeting, but we do intend it.
Yes, it is being recorded. It announced it when we first started the meeting.
Oh, great. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we did not get any new cases since our last meeting, so we'll be working through the original cases, and they now all have committee members assigned to them. Our first one is this set of lakes and peaks and creeks up in Plumas County. Call it the Squaw set. Christina Snyder was assigned to these cases. We've been lumping them together. They're in the same region, I guess they're in the same Forest Service land. But because Christina is not here, I think we'll just automatically defer them. Right, Rich? Yeah, there's no point in belaboring them
so.
more.
Yeah. Rich Spradling here chiming in again. There's kind of a long story, might be valuable for the whole group to hear, but I think Christina needs to lead the conversation.
Yeah, and hear the conversation too.
Yeah.
Which she did last time.
Yep.
For Jenny's clarification for their work, I'm going to record this as committee supports changing of names, but is not ready to vote at this time.
For the Plumas County names?
For the, just to unfortunately use the term again, for the squaw set.
Yeah, I think it's going to just say we're going to defer them because the committee member is absent.
I think that's better. I think the committee hasn't voted on anything yet.
Yeah.
It's had no official opinion.
Okay,
right.
No official opinion is fine.
Yeah.
Okay, our next case is Oakland Hills out in Alameda County. So this one, there's been a lot of questions about it. It's been on our roster for a couple of years. We've been having a really difficult time defining the area of what Oakland Hills contains. And there's a lot of different cities and even some counties involved. And so it's important to identify those correctly. So the proponent has not been very engaged. We're having a really hard time getting her to help identify what she had in mind. And so we need to tighten up that, or create or define that geographic extent so that we know who to reach out to as far as getting input. So the plan here is that once we identify it, it's been on the docket for so long that Board of Geographic Names is planning on relisting it. And part of the reason for that is that since the time it was originally released, there's been some Board of Geographic Names they've had some new criteria as far as how they outreach to tribal communities. And so if we re-release this name, then more tribal communities will be outreached to with the name. So we want the new release to cover more outreach, or that's basically what it will do. So with that, we're going to defer this one too. And basically, when we do release it, we will try and engage the proponent, at least give her an update on the region that we're including, and hopefully get her agreement on that. So case deferred due to lack of information from the proponent. Okay, so the next case is Johnson Canyon, Nevada County. It's a renaming of a canyon by the name of Negro Canyon. And that's Susan Anderson's case, and she is not present. So unfortunately, we're going to have to defer this one too, due to committee members' absence. And my goodness, we're moving right along, except we're not getting rid of any of these cases. Okay, so our next case, Oak Springs, it's a new name in San Bernardino County. This is Mary Simmer's case. Mary is brand new to the committee. So I'll be very surprised if you're ready to bring this to a recommendation, but Mary, if you could just give us a briefing on the case, let us know what it's about, that would be great. And
I would be happy to do so. Actually, I was a little concerned about this because I thought, I don't know how to present to the committee, and I was told, oh, don't worry, all these people will present ahead of you, and you will have a sense of what to do. But I'm going to give it my best shot here. So what we have is an unnamed area in San Bernardino County. It's unincorporated. Basically, the proponent is claiming that the name Oak Springs has been used for 100 years to refer to the area. It's used in several business names, and that having an official name for the community will help distinguish it from the larger town of Apple Valley. I did do a little research on this. There are several business names that do use Oak Springs. One of them is a heliport. One of them is a campground. There's actually two separate campgrounds utilizing the name Oak Springs. And there is a Oak Springs Road. And looking at Google Earth and looking at the area, there is a small cluster of homes and buildings. So there's something there in terms of human habitat. The proponent has said to distinguish it from Apple Valley. And quite honestly, I don't see that really needs to happen. Apple Valley is a significant distance away, and one of the fastest growing areas in San Bernardino County. So, but in San Bernardino County, there is no other place named Oak Springs, although there are several places in California with the name Oak Springs, but not within San Bernardino County. There has only been a little outreach done to the Board of Supervisors, and they were neutral on it, didn't have a stance one way or the other. So that's kind of the status, and that's what I have found out to date.
Great. Yeah, this is the county that is taking this hands-off approach, that they're saying that they don't have any legal authority to take action on naming features that are going to be on the USGS map. Kind of their way out, not having to give us an opinion. I do have in my notes that the BLM does support it. I think we got that. I think James.
Yes, that is correct.
And that the Forest Service has no opinion. Both of those agencies are adjacent to the area, right?
Yes.
I think for this one, since there's some businesses with the name in the area, one of the lenses we might want to look at is if there's any commercial connection to the naming of this feature.
Having looked at the area and the size of the businesses, I don't think that would be an issue. Quite candidly, it doesn't look like a thriving hub of enterprise.
Doesn't that community kind of sell themselves as the gateway to BLM land? Something about that.
The community is so tiny. Yeah, I mean, maybe if you really counted everything, you'd come up with 15 buildings. And they do, they do house the volunteer fire truck, which is just parked on the side of a hill. So I don't think that should be a significant consideration. It's always a consideration, but that does not seem to be a driving force here.
Yeah, okay. So the proponent of this case has previously been successful with changing or naming a feature. He submitted a name a couple years ago. I think it was a new name for Butt Rock. And we approved it. It was like a really remote feature. So that's just a little interesting side note. I'm wondering if he's like emboldened. He's gonna start naming things all over the place. So as far as like more research, does anyone have any recommendations for Mary on what we'd like to know more of about this case? If we're gonna think about making a recommendation next time we meet. I think the commercial aspect is definitely something we want to look into a little more, since there are a business with that name.
Bradley has his hand held up.
Rich?
Yeah, just briefly, I'm a little, it's not in my area in the Forest Service, since it's just outside the National Forest area, we decided not to go with an opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But I just noted that I think if it's in section 8 on the map that I see, there's a geographic name, Oak Spring singular. I don't know.
That
if-
is correct.
Is that right, Mary?
That is correct. I did see that as well. And
So-
it wasn't clear to me if that was just a typo and it should be Oak Springs, or if it was singular. So it wasn't clear.
I must admit, I did not, we could look it up in GNIS and see if it's an official name, Oak Spring. But the difference between singular and plural, we should get that straight. And that might affect what we might do.
Okay. So
I can certainly get into that. Yes.
then I guess that would be asking the proponent what he wants, if he wants to amend his proposal.
Or if the business names may, I don't know whether they're singular or plural.
The business names are plural.
Okay.
So there's an Oak Spring and
Which I could not find anywhere except on Google Maps.
oh,
So I
interesting.
did try to do that research, but like I said, I didn't really get into it. This was just a first go through. But I wasn't unable to find an Oak Spring anywhere but on Google Maps.
Okay. Jenny,
This is Jenny, if I might jump in. Yeah, it is actually in the GNIS federal database, and it does appear on USGS topographic maps as Oak Spring singular. It was recorded in the database in 1981, presumably from whatever the latest map was published at that time. So yes, it's in section 8, Rich, and it is, again, it's been federally recognized for 40 plus years. I will add, it looks like San Bernardino County actually said no objection rather than no opinion. I know it's kind of semantics, but no objection is a little bit more positively leaning than no opinion. I think you're right, though. I think they have in more recent cases said they don't have the legal authority to comment. But on that one, we actually had no objection.
Okay.
And given that the BLM supports it, the Forest Service has no opinion. As far as the commercial aspect, yes, that's certainly something that our board would consider too. My recommendation is to interpret that policy as if this name were approved for the community and placed on USGS maps and or Google Maps, would it inherently increase the business visibility? Is it there to promote the businesses, or is the proponent simply trying to recognize a name that he claims is already in local use? He is a captain with the local volunteer fire department. And yes, he points out that it is on Oak Springs Road. So Springs is plural there. And you're right, Mary, all the businesses are plural. It could be that he'll follow up with a proposal to change Oak Spring to Oak Springs. Who knows? I mean, it hasn't come up in conversation, but it's quite possible. As far as further outreach, I'm not quite sure what else we can do. I think we also noted there actually is or was an Oak Spring Ranch elsewhere in the county, some 30 miles to the west. But when we researched it, it appears that ranch either no longer exists or is certainly not on any maps. So I don't know. Again, we got county response, we got federal land agency response. I like to think we've addressed the commercial policy concerns. I'm not sure what else could be done. Not that I'm advocating for or against a vote today. I mean, it's totally up to you. I did let the proponent know. He actually reached out to me just last week about the status, and I told him it was on today's agenda, but given that the committee member assigned to the case was fairly new and was probably just now getting up to speed, you know, I was not, I didn't say I wasn't confident about a vote, but I said, given that this is a new case for a new committee member, And he literally just wrote back 2 minutes ago and said, thank you for the update. So he's on his email right now if you have any questions. It's kind of conventional, but you know, if it would, anything we can do to help, anything else we need to do between now and the next meeting, obviously we're here to help too, but I'm not sure what else there is to do. As you say, it's 15 buildings and a cluster of, there's a campground, and you know, again, I don't think he's promoting his business. It's really more of his volunteer fire department thinking it needs a name.
And so really it's like this unincorporated area that we'd be naming.
Exactly. Yeah. And we even
Which
told
is kind of
him
unusual for us.
if the name had appeared published on any county map already or a formal document, we would likely have just put it in the database without any need for a BGN decision. We would simply have recorded it, but he wasn't able to provide any published evidence of the name. It's just all circumstantial, you know, that the business is the road name, local use apparently, which is why it's here today on the formal review list. So I don't know. I mean, again, the county said no objection, and I think I did actually talk to a county official early on, and they found no record of the name either, but they said they had no objection. So,
well,
if that helps.
This is the very first case that we're even thinking about voting on, and Mary's very first case. I don't want to pressure her into doing something she's not comfortable with.
Well, I think, again, it is a committee decision, and I'm grateful to hear that someone more experienced than myself doesn't know what else to research, because other than, you know, making it singular or making it plural, I honestly don't think there's much more to go on. So, well, great. Someone's bringing up the picture as we speak.
Great.
Yeah, thank you. So you can kind of see, I think the committee could go ahead and vote. You've had more experience on, you know, preponderance of the evidence, so to speak. So if people are comfortable, sure, why not?
It looks like it's a dirt road access. Like it's so undeveloped. It doesn't look like dirt. Like this is a dirt road. It's not even a paved road to access it.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think if you zoom all the way in, you'll see the fire truck parked on the side on a hill.
Oh, right here.
Yeah, and there's no overlay there of the BLM boundary, but it's right there just to the east. And so, you know, it may be a dirt road, but you know, is it one of the primary access points to BLM land? You know, would it be helpful to have a name in case of, you know, fire or search and rescue or federal land access? I don't know. I guess maybe that's a BLM question. Not to put you on the spot, James, but would it be helpful for the BLM? You've already said okay to this, but would it be helpful to have a reference point rather than just send people to a lat long?
Hey, Jenny, thanks for bringing me into this. So I'm a new advisor to this committee. I was unaware this proposal had BLM involvement. I don't know who previous with BLM weighed in on this and advised the committee. So I'm kind of unprepared to speak on behalf of BLM on this proposal because I was just unaware of it. I'm really new to this committee, so I apologize to everyone for not being prepared on this particular proposal today.
Okay. Well, let me see what I have here. It appears the email was from October 2019. It was from Pat Mahoney, who is the US BGN member from BLM. And it's simply very short and sweet. BLM supports the proposal. Thanks, Russ, for looking into it. And he CCs Russ Slatton, rslatton, blm.gov. Does that ring a bell? So he must have been the one at the time investigating this proposal. But again, it's been 2 years, so I'll see if there's anything else here. This basically says, okay, this is the initial email from Patrick to Russ saying, hey, the California committee is meeting next week. This is October 2019. we'd love to have your input before they meet. So
Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for that background. I wasn't aware of that. I'm familiar with those folks there with BLM, so I'm not going to second guess their work on this and their recommendation. So
yeah.
I would just go with it. I don't have any further to add to it because I'm just unfamiliar with the proposal.
Yeah, which of course, getting off on a tangent
That's
here, I guess
good
this
to
is a valuable lesson for all of us, is to make sure that any new advisor or new federal partner is in the loop on these. And you're right, you are
Right,
kind of
yeah.
you're at the mercy of your predecessor or somebody else in your agency to have done the
Yeah, which
research.
is kind of the case with everybody at this point in time.
Exactly, everyone's new, and how much do you want to go back and verify that their opinion is still the same 2 years later?
Yeah, that's helpful that James kind of deferred to his colleagues.
Yeah.
That was going to be my question if you wanted to look into it. But it sounds like you're good with it. Sue, you had a comment?
Hi, sorry, I was just finding my mic. I was just saying, I mean, there are two resources that we could check at the state library. Well, actually, one of them is just a freely available site. I put it in the resources. The California Digital Newspaper Collection is just an excellent resource just to look, for example, for Oak Springs or Oak Spring, and see if it shows up in any newspapers in the past. They go back to the mid-19th century. So that's one thing. And then we could always, in the California History Room, go to our county maps and just check and see if that name shows up. We don't necessarily have an exhaustive set of any maps, but we could always just go and double check that before the next meeting.
Okay, Pam?
Yes, the California Research Bureau is also with the State Library along with Sue and the History Room. I don't know what information you were wondering about, specific things having to do with San Bernardino County and with that area. It would be possible for the Research Bureau to contact the San Bernardino County Board of Supervisors or the county and find out the answers to the questions you were posing, whether making this a name would interfere with local businesses or would be a help to fighting fires in the area. So those are questions that can be answered. And the Research Bureau is ready to help.
Great, okay. Mary, do you feel like maybe we should do a little more follow-up on those questions before we bring it to a vote? Sounds like there's possibly a few more things we could look into. I know, Jenny.
Mary, you're unmuted on the meeting, but we didn't hear any response from you. Do you maybe have a secondary mic muted?
Oh, sorry, talking to me, Jenny?
Oh, I was going to say, Jenny, I know you're hoping that we'll vote on some things today.
Well, it's not my place to push anything forward. I just want to be here to help if there's any resources. And I think Sue and Pam have made a good observation that there's very likely additional state resources that we simply didn't have at our disposal or did not, avail ourselves of at the time. The fact is, we sort of expect the state committee to do that. And I don't think you really had a state library member before now, so it wasn't really done. I mean, all we can really do are check federal sources, reach out to the county government, which again has already said no objection, and the federal land management agencies. There was no objection from any tribes. So I guess there's a teeny bit of concern, I guess, is a lot of the stuff the BGN staff has already done is now being, I'm not going to say questioned, because obviously, it's all part of the big picture. But proponents are getting antsy and they're hounding us. And I have to keep saying, oh, sorry, the California committee is re-looking at this and essentially starting from scratch in many ways. And
Yeah.
obviously, I'm being asked by proponents, well, can't you just bypass the state if they're taking so long? Why can't the federal board vote without local and state input? They've had 2 years, and they don't seem to understand. And you can explain all you want, why you're in the situation you're in, and the fact you couldn't meet for a year and you had to start with new members and expected to be briefed. So I don't know what to say. I mean, it's just, obviously
that's okay. So Mary, as the committee member, is ultimately up to you whether you want to bring it to a vote or defer it. It sounds like both Pam and Sue offered some really good resources. So it might be worth following up on those resources as local resources, because yes, the federal level does have all their answers, but we haven't done any local research yet, or we could be comfortable enough with what we have. If you're not, you're totally welcome to defer it. Rich, did you have another?
This is Mary. I guess just to me, what was very nice to hear is that maybe the newspapers have something. But as I look at this area, that seems a little doubtful. But again, I'm willing to be guided by the committee on this if they think more research is necessary. I'm just not sure it's going to leave us any different than where we are right now. That's all. My only.
Did you have another comment, Rich, or is your hand up?
Real minor. Kira just pointed out I left my hand up, but the general thought that I have here is that a quality decision should override any proponent getting too antsy too quickly. This is kind of minor, but if there's a little something to look into, I would always err on the fact of, sure, go another 4 months, we'll be good. So that
I tend to agree with that also. And
yeah.
Because both Sue and Pam offered some really good potential resources, it's probably worth looking into those. Yeah. Especially with that potential commercial aspect.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be a lot of business here. It just doesn't look like a business hub to me.
Yeah, there's the campground. That's about it, huh?
Yeah, there is a little water there. I see that.
Some kind of spring.
Some kind of spring.
I just want to come in and say, if there's a problem or if there's a commercial aspect after an official name, that's something that the businesses will go to the county on, and the county will assist them on it. So if that's, I don't know if that's within our purview, but as far as business goes, it can be ironed out on a local level.
Great. I'll let you make the call, Mary. Sorry to throw you under the bus as a newbie.
Well, I think we should defer till the next meeting then and give me an opportunity to work with both Sue and Pam and see how this all works and what we find. And that way, with a clear conscience, we can say we have exhausted all avenues.
I think that's a very good choice. Okay, so we will defer Oak Springs so that we can do some more research. Okay, let's see. I'm going to go back to our agenda. Okay, so our next case is Pakkuvuhuke to rename Squaw Tank. That's also down in San Bernardino. That is also Christina Snyder's case, and she is not here, so we'll go ahead and defer it due to a committee member being absent. Okay, so the next case, actually, before we move on to this one, this could take a little while. I just want to do a quick check-in. Is everybody good? Does anyone need a break? 5-10 minute break, or should we go ahead and just dive right into it? speak now or we're stuck here for a little while.
How
I guess-
long?
I wouldn't mind a short break if we're gonna, since that Goat Creek one is kind of, could be long.
It's going to be a long one. Yeah, let's go
Yeah.
ahead and take a 10-minute break. And then I think this case will probably bring us to, I'm suspecting it'll bring us up to lunchtime, possibly. Maybe not. but-
Okay. So we
Yeah,
break
okay.
till 11.
Yeah, let's come back at 11 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, that works out well because I have a little fire emergency going on here that I need to take care of too.
Oh, okay. Poor Tiffany. Thank you. I will see you all in 10 minutes.
Great. Thanks, everybody.
Hello, everyone. It looks like Tiffany has been tied up with California fire stuff. It's been a very busy week for her here in California. Do we have everyone back?
Oh my gosh, I've been on mute this whole time.
Oh my goodness.
Wow, I've like told you guys the whole background.
Oh no, Tiffany.
Oh, Tiffany.
Oh my God, did you actually start it 10 minutes
I'm
ago?
so sorry. And like Kira's emailing me. I'm like, well, yeah, I'm like right in the middle of this.
Oh,
no, I'm
But
sorry.
I can't get the screen back. Wait, let's see. Oh, now it's back. Okay, I couldn't get the screen back, which actually is okay. I don't have a lot of visuals on it. I'm so sorry, you guys. Not very Zoom confident here. It was a rough go anyway. It's a tough one to describe. Okay, now I've got practice, so I'll start over. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. Well, first of all, I wanted to show you guys that I entered Oak Springs into Google Earth, and it brought up a bunch of Oak Springs locations, which I just thought was interesting. There's the campground, an equestrian trail. There's a couple of campgrounds. So just wanted to add that before I dive into Doak. I'm so sorry about that. All right. So here we go. Doak Creek. Actually, I've got a better map. I'll share with you guys in a second. Okay, to start with Doak Creek, I need to back up a little bit. Back in 2016, we got a proposal to name a creek, an unnamed creek, Toklone Creek. See there on that. So when we received this proposal, so basically Doak Creek is, Doak Creek is a proposal to rename Toklone Creek. So back in 2016, when we got the Toklone Creek proposal, it came in, Toklone, the word Toklone doesn't have much of a specific meaning. It sounds kind of like a Native American word, but it's not. It could be a Greek word that means highest beauty. It's not someone's name. So there's that. And so basically the historical significance of the name is that there was a farmer back in the turn of the century by the name of H.W. Crabb, who started a winery in the area here and called his vineyards and wines Toklone. And then in 1986, Robert Mondavi purchased a lot of the property and started naming his vineyards Toklone. And actually, I don't know if I have that timing right, if he purchased the property in 1986, but that's when he started using the name. So when we got this proposal back in 2016 and considered it in 2017, it had overwhelming support. There was letters from all the landowners along the creek that supported the new name. The Mondavi winery supported the name, and they actually own most of the property along the creek. There's a relative of Mondavi that supported the name. And the U.S. representative Mike Thompson of that district supports the name. the Board of Supervisors supervisor that represents that district, Bill Dodd, Board of Supervisors supported the name, and then also the U.S. Senator that represents that district, Bill Dodd, also supported the name. So it's pretty much overwhelming support. We didn't even get any letters that did not support it until after we'd already made a recommendation. So fairly straightforward. There's a little bit of concern about the commercial aspects because it is in this, heavily wine area, and it involves historical wineries. But we didn't see a compelling enough reason to think that it wasn't that it was tied with a commercial aspect. At the time that we made this decision, there was no guidelines in the principle, or the previous version of the principles and policies and procedures did not talk about trademarks. It's always talked about commercial naming. And the Mondavi Winery has a trademark of this name, Tokelon. So, but then the Board of Geographic Names did release a new principles, policies, and procedures document right about the same time that we were considering this case, and the new version does identify trademarks and says that you need permission from the owner of the trademark before you can use that name for a geographic feature. So we went ahead and recommended approval. It passed. It's on the map. This map that's on my screen is a USGS 7.5 minute quad. So you can see it's been added. So then fast forward to 2019, the committee and the U.S. Board of Geographic Names was approached by Constellation Brands out of New York. And it turns out that they are the owners of the Mondavi Winery in Napa. And so they purchased the Tokelon trademark when they purchased the winery. And so they're very concerned about their trademark. The fact that this creek is owned or named after their trademark could potentially dilute and threaten their trademark and their brand. So they're claiming that Tokelon is not a place and that it's a brand. And they compare it to like Google or Nike as being trademarks, not brands, which is somewhat of a gray area because this Tokelon has been used historically in the area before it became a trademark. So another concern of Constellations is that the committee didn't get permission from the owner of the trademark. However, we did get permission at the local level from the Mondavi Winery. And so we went forward at that level. There's Constellation Brand is claiming that permission was not legal, that there's some questions on whether the letter that we received from the Mondavi Winery is legitimate or not. Let's see. They're actually claiming that letter is fraudulent. It is on Mondavi Winery letterhead. There's timestamps. So it definitely came from Mondavi Winery. So from our perspective, it appears that there was miscommunication between the local winery and their corporate level business. And our concern is at the local level more so. So when Constellation Brand approached the Board of Geographic Names, they asked them to remove the name because of this issue with their trademark. Board of Geographic Names cannot remove a name once a feature has been named. It has to stay named. So Constellation's next choice was to submit a new proposal with a new name to rename the creek, to remove that Tocolone name, to protect their trademark. So they proposed to name the creek Doak Creek. So I'll give you a little bit of background on Doak. So David Doak was another local landowner in the area. He was a banker and an investor and friends with some very rich people in America. And he opened the first Pacific Coast Steel Company on the Pacific Coast. He was involved in railroad investments, and he planned an aqueduct system in Northern California that never came to fruition, but he owned a lot of property up in the Shasta area. And so basically, he was a very wealthy man, a wealthy capitalist. He ended up amassing 1,700 acres in the Oakville area around this creek in question. And he planted lots of cherries. He had a huge cherry orchard. And then he built a mansion on his property near the creek. And consequently, that mansion is now a Carmelite house of prayer, a religious sect. He, however, did not donate that mansion to the religious group. He died and the house changed hands a couple times. And then a later owner ended up donating it to the nonprofit. He was a powerful man. He's got some shady past too. His wife divorced him, apparently had some infidelity. He possibly even abused her a little bit. There was a restraining order out on him. So in considering this new name, one of the things that we would have to think about is his contribution to the community. So that's why I'm giving you this background on him. So at this point, with this new proposal with Oak Creek, there's certainly not the overwhelming support we got for Tocolone. The Carmelite House does support it. And there's another local winery. There's two wineries that do not support Tocolone. They're also concerned about trademark protection. The Newbum Coppola Estate Winery. And I just got a letter earlier this week from Susan Groth, who's part of the Groth Winery, that's also concerned about if the Tocolone name stays, then it could weaken trademarks. However, the local governments still support Tocolone. Both Board of Supervisors, Dodd and Thompson, have not changed their views on keeping the name Tocolone. And I also got a more recent letter from a relative of the Crab family who would like to see Tocolone stay. So that's kind of the big long story in a nutshell. Constellation Brands has sent quite a bit of documentation on why they feel that this Tokalone is threatening their trademark. And then the proponent has also included quite a bit of documentation on the historical connection of Tokalone to the area. All of this information is in our Teams area, so the committee members, you guys can go take a look at it. The Constellation Brands documentation is dense. There's a lot of it. So I'm not going to bring it up now. But with that, let me just open it up to you guys. Do you have any comments, questions about the case? So we've been deferring this decision on what we want to do with this case for a while, but there's a couple options, which I'll just say now, we are going to defer it again today. So we're not going to vote on it today. We do need more time to review all the documentations and letters of support and opposition. It's a really complicated case. So, and there's a lot of nuances to it because it's basically like two cases wrapped into one. And because, well, so many of you are new, and then we have two brand new members that you have not even heard anything about this case yet. So this is a brand new introduction to some of you. So I feel like that's another reason to defer it. But basically what it comes down to is we could decide as a committee to not do anything different, or we can bring Doak Creek to a vote to recommend or disapprove. In that case, if we disapprove, Tokalone would stay. If we approve, Doak would take over. So that's where it stands. And I believe there's a couple people in the public forum right now that are involved in this case. And so if you would like to add anything, we're going by the same standard we did in May, where public comments, you have up to 3 minutes to speak. So if there's any public attendees out there that would like to say something, I think now would be a good time.
So we do have 3 hands raised currently.
Okay.
Remember, if you've dialed in, press #2 to raise your hand. We'll take the first hand raised from Graham McDonald. Hold on a second. Graham, you should be able to mute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Thank you everyone for having me. I appreciate it. I just want to give some of the new members some context. I'm a 4th generation Napa Valley grape grower, and my family's been selling our grapes to the Robert Mondavi Winery for 67 years. So I was the original proponent of this, and I'm really here because I feel obligated to refute some of the inaccurate statements made about the original application. And I'm learning more about the legal profession, but it feels like there's a lot of darts being thrown at a wall to see what'll stick. So I just wanted to clarify, when we initially proposed this, I was working with the USGS retired geologist who wrote the book on Napa geology. And we considered Doak Creek, I listed it as a variant, and worked closely with the BGN staff. And then we also considered, I know the committees did too, the trademark, which I wanted to clarify is that Mondavi didn't buy or inherit this trademark. It was commemoratively done, as Tiffany mentioned, in the 80s. And Tokalone's listed on the historic resources inventory and the in the Library of Congress as a historic American landscape survey. So there's a lot of historical record there. And I think I wanted to show the letter in question was done by Mondavi. We've had a lot of back and forth because the burden's since been on me to authenticate it. So somewhere in those many pages, you'll see we have 3 employees of Mondavi and Constellation that authenticated their initial support. And I have a transcript of a voicemail that also shows one of their vice presidents mentioning that they supported it initially and that legal was caught off guard a couple years later. So I think that's the way what this stems from. And yeah, on the local level, we have tons of support. It's been really nice. People reaffirm their support. And I appreciate, and I know we're sensitive to the proposition just because of I did additional research since this time in regards to Doak, and as Tiffany alluded, we found that he had some issues with displacing First People Native Americans up in Shasta County for his potential water work. So we've received some support from a local tribe who's going to oppose the Doak name application to this creek out of issues with stemming from that. And then one quick thing I just wanted to clarify on the letters. The Carmelites, I believe they supported Tokelon Creek. And then before the Doak things came to light, due to this additional research, they had proposed a separate Doak Creek that I was part of for a separate tributary that I think we're going to abandon. So thank you.
All right, William Marone, you should be able to unmute yourself now.
Yes, thank you. William Marone with Hunt and Andrews Kurth on behalf of Constellation. Have very brief time, so I just want to make a couple of very high level points. The first, we have to consider the evidence that's before us. I would encourage you to take a look at the documents we submitted because several of the statements that are made here today contradict the actual evidence, but I don't have time to go through them all. With regards to the Doak Creek, yes, the proponent has proposed Doak Creek, and Doak Creek was the name that Napa County had used since the 1960s. It's on the records, it's on California records. High schools used it. We document that in the slides and in the various letters we submitted. If Doak Creek is unacceptable, then the appropriate move of this committee would be to open up for new names, because we can't just suddenly get sandbagged with, oh, Doak's not good, we have to stay where we are. The bigger issue we have is the one that Madam Chair raised, which is about the rules of the board. The most important thing for an administrative committee is you have to follow the rules. Due process requires the neutral and consistent application of a common set of acknowledged rules. Otherwise, decisions are arbitrary and capricious. And we all acknowledge now, and actually the rule was in place before there was any decision on this, but that the rules of the principles, policies, and procedures say, if a name is trademarked, it cannot be used without the permission of the trademark owner. That's what it is. That means you have a 3-part inquiry about whether to keep recommending Tokelon. Is it a trademark or registered? Is Tokelon a registered trademark word or phrase? That's not disputed. US Trademark Office has given us a registration years ago. Congress has said you can't challenge that type of registration. Supreme Court has said it. And a US federal court this year upheld and said it's not the name of land, it's our brand. This is not a gray area. Matter of fact, that same court just awarded us $2.35 million against the party who is challenging our trademark rights. Now, you may personally think, having quickly looked at things, you don't think it should be a trademark. I'll happy to take as long as you want to talk about it. But this is a settled issue. It's not open debate. It's our registered federal trademark. Point 2, does the stream include our Tokelon trademark? Yes, it does. Point 3, is Constellation consenting to the use of its trademark? No, we are here objecting as loud as we can. And we detailed in our letters, you may say, well, you consented back in 2017. No, Mondavi did not consent. We go through about the issues of actual authority, the fact that the letterhead is not ours. I mean, this is all in our letters. I'm happy to go through it, but no, we never consented. And that's why we're here today. We're not changing our mind. We discovered that this happened and we're trying to correct it. The issue should be, is Doe Creek a good fit or do you want a different name? But you can't re-recommend our name.
Okay, well, thank you both, Graham and William.
There's
for that
one
input.
other. There's one other person with their hand raised.
Oh, there's one other. Okay. Thank you.
Lynette Merriam. Oh, well, Lynette just put her hand down and then they just put them back up again. So,
okay.
Lynette, you should be able to mute yourself now.
Yes, I'm sorry, I lowered it because I thought you were calling on me. So,
you're good.
Lynette Merriman, and I'm with Robert Mondavi Winery. I will keep my statement fairly brief and just reiterate what Mr. Marone said, which is that Robert Mondavi Constellation does not consent to the use of our federally trademark Tokalon on this creek, and we have objected to since the beginning. I've heard it repeated a number of times in these hearings that, you know, there was all of this excitement around potentially naming this creek, and various employees said it was a good idea, and we've never disputed that. What we've said is excitement and thinking that it's a great idea is not consent. That's not how this works. And in fact, the letter that purports to give our consent is unsigned, and unsigned with someone's name typed on it that specifically said in communications with Mr. McDonald that he didn't have the authority to sign that. So I would just like to reiterate that that is not our consent, and we have objected since the beginning. And then just, I keep hearing that, you know, Tokalon has this historic context, and we agree with that because Tokalon has been a brand, and it was a brand. In fact, I'm not sure if it's in our records, but we can provide it to you. It's one of the oldest trademarks in the United States. And that is what Mr. Crabb did. He trademarked that, and it was the name of his business. And that's how he did business, under the Tokalon name. So it has been a trademark. It fell aside, it went out of use, and Mr. Mondavi resurrected that and secured a federal trademark registration in the 80s. And we have been using that mark ever since. So I just want to make sure that we're clear about how Tokalon has operated from its very inception. So thank you very much.
All right, that was the last hand raised.
Great, okay, thank you. Yeah, so the letter in question does exist. It is at the local level. It's not from Constellation Brand specifically, it's from Mondavi Winery. Does any of the committee have any comments, questions? Actually, I'm looking at a letter, an email actually that does, I'm going to share my screen. Let's see. This is the right one. Okay, so there's a series of letters from Constellation. And Siegel from C Brand, so I would assume that's Constellation Brand, was in support of it. We're in agreement. Let's name the creek. Please let us know how we can help. So for Tokalon, there was support at the local level and Constellation Brands. There was probably a misunderstanding on the trademark issue between the people at the company level and the council. So I do want to point that out. So we'll bring this up again in December and possibly make a recommendation. Is there anything that anyone would like to know more about? There's lots of documentation for December. I can maybe distill it a little better. to show to the whole group? Going once, going twice. Okay. Okay, so case deferred pending on more research. Let's see. And that it's a complex case and there's lots of nuances. So I'd also like the committee to have more time to browse the documents that have already been submitted by both the proponent and the opposition. Okay, so it's 11:45. We could probably go through a couple more cases. I think the next few cases are going to be.
The next one on the list is assigned to the absent state library representative. So I can read that summary if you would like.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that.
Okay, so this proposal is Los Angeles County to propose to name an unnamed feature, Howe Arch. So this is to make official the commemorative name Howe Arch for an approximately 30 feet wide unnamed arch on the southwest slope of Ballard Mountain in Los Angeles County. It commemorates Robert Howe, an outdoorsman who, according to the proponent, first described the arch in 1939. The proponent reports that the name Howe Arch is used by local hikers and arch enthusiasts.
Great, thank you, Kira. So Greg's not here today, but we could deliver any information to him if anyone has any thoughts on what kind of questions we would want for this case moving forward when we talk about it again in December. At this point, the Board of Supervisors have not responded. Park Service doesn't support it. And we haven't heard from the tribes. Okay, so we'll go ahead and defer this case due to the committee member being absent. All right, we'll go ahead and go to the next case. This is renaming a creek, Jeff Davis Creek, to Dayak Dao Goet Wata. Just recently, we renamed a peak right in the same area that was Jeff Davis Peak that got the same name, that Dao Goet Wat. I don't think I got the Wata part. I think that's the creek part. To look, check my records.
It was Dayak Dao Goet Mountain.
We kept the mountain. Right?
Yes.
Thank you. Right. So this is Amy's case, first case. Amy, you want to give us just a little briefing on it and let us know where you're at with it?
Yeah, hi. So I'm Amy. I'm one of the brand new members as well. I have not had time to look into this one much at all. I've been out of town during part of my new assignment in the last few weeks, so I haven't had any time, but I'll go ahead and read the summary. So this is a proposal to change the name of Jeff Davis Creek, which is a 2.8 mile long tributary. The changes to the Dayak Dao Goet Wata. The stream is located in Mokelumne Wilderness in the Humboldt-Toyabe National Forest. Dayak Dao Goet is translated as saddle between 2 points, and the generic Wata is from the Washoe language and means water. So the proponent is the chair of a constituent band of the Washoe tribe of Nevada and California. And as you guys mentioned earlier, it sort of mirrors a 2018 proposal that changed a peak of the same name, the Jeff Davis Peak, to the Dayak Dao Goet Mountain, which was approved in 2020. Yeah, I don't have much else on it other than, let's see, it is supported by the Alpine County Board of Supervisors and Governor Gavin Newsom. And that's all I've got.
Great, okay. Yeah, I think the governor supports a change, right? But he doesn't necessarily care what the change is.
Correct, yeah, they both support an effort to change the existing name, but not necessarily the one that's been proposed, looks like. Wait, let's see. No, the County Board of Supervisors, yeah, has approved that specific name, and I don't have anything about specifics of Gavin Newsom's.
Okay. And so this is in federal or Forest Service managed land. So that puts Rich on the spot.
There, I just raised my hand.
Oh,
There.
great. Okay.
Oh, good.
Thank you.
You probably can't see that, but
yeah, not right now.
yes, similar to just a report for the Forest Service. I wear two hats on this one. I have my Forest Service hat, and then I'll have my Geographic Names hat. The U.S. Forest Service supports the change to Dayak Dao Goet Wata. They were asked again, and similar to the mountain decision, we support changing Jeff Davis Creek to Dayak Dao Goet. And that's from the Humboldt-Toyabe National Forest.
Great.
In a neighboring region. Along that line, taking off my Forest Service hat, because that's our Forest Service stance, and we like to go with that. We found the name didn't fit well in our California landscape, and Mr. Davis has certainly a checkered past. But the proponent, and we mentioned it early on when we heard of this proposal, we were wondering whether, we should have handled Jeff Davis Creek at the same time. Elected not to, waiting for a proposal to do that. And here, after that, we have one. The proposal comes with Jeff Davis, Dayak Dao Goet Wata. From my Geographic Names perspective, I think we really should question the use of Wata. The proponent, says that Wata means water in the Washoe language, and I'll take him at his word. It is a rather cute appellation of the situation. I would say my point from our Geographic Names history, we have no cases where we've gone, or very few, where we've gone with a other language, what's the right word for it here? Not the generic, the generic feature name.
Yeah.
We have very few precedents. One of the things for our Geographic Names is to let's see, to make our names understandable to the public. Average public comes up, it's very nice to have a generic name, and we ask on many names, would you like to add peak or mountain or creek or something like that to make it more understandable to our public? And I would say that this would break a long-standing precedent. We have nothing else in the environs, or extremely few. There may be a few Spanish ones that I think, like Arroyo or something or other, or that might break that rule. But most times we go with the English sounding creek, mountain, peak, river. And I think our overriding need for standardization in the Geographic Names should not, just because we get one proposal here for Wata, I don't think it is time to break that standard.
Yeah, and we did the same thing with the peak. We went back to the proponent and asked if they would support adding mountain to the name.
And most times that happens, but most times all the times I've been involved, the proponent said, sure, well, let's do that. Here, the proponent, when thinking about it, thought, hey, it's Wata in our language, and we'd like to go, we'll try for that. My recommendation here is that we should definitely support Daek Dao Goet, but I should think we would go back and say, it really should be Creek based on geographic naming principles and standardization and precedence.
Yeah, and with the mountain, we recommended the name with the caveat that the proponent would agree to add mountain to the name. In this case, we could go back and ask the proponent before we recommend it, especially since Amy's so new and probably not terribly comfortable making a recommendation on her first case.
I think BGN really did correspond with them and ask, and the proponent, and Jenny, if you're still there, you could chime in. He really did say, let's go with, I'd like to try for Wata. I think that's his preference. Now, I don't know if, again, it's a CACGN call here. If we decided, hey, we really want it to be Creek, then we should ask him whether he would go with Creek, or if he wants to just keep Wata, and we could go accordingly.
Jenny,
Yeah,
are you still, yeah.
Oh, sorry, this was Amy. I was kind of agreeing with approaching the proponent to change it to Creek. But if anyone else has any other opinions.
Yeah, I agree. So it sounds like BGN already tried once, but we could put more pressure on them to do so. There's a couple ways we could approach it. We could vote, and if we vote to recommend, then we could put the caveat only if,
if it's Creek.
Change that last part to Creek, from Wata to Creek. Or we can do the legwork first before we bring it to a vote, which might be the thing to do. And I believe we would have Jenny contact him. Is that right, Rich?
I believe so. Jenny, are you still on there?
Yeah, I'm still here, just listening.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I just wonder if you have a thought here. I just, that's how I would play it, so.
Sure, if you would like us to ask again, we can certainly do that and let them know that, again, should we make the assumption that you support a name change, but you would just strongly encourage the English generic? It's kind of the way you're leaning. We can certainly do that. Yeah, I will say, I mean, this one's been very, I don't say casual exactly, but when you all approved Daek Dao Goet Mountain, was it last summer, I believe, or no, 2 years ago now. Drawing a blank as to when it came up. I actually called the proponent. He's the chairman of the Washoe, the Woodfords Committee, which is one of the sub-bands of the larger Washoe tribe. And he was, at that moment, he was standing at a car line, handing out food and water to tribal members. That's why I think it was during the beginning of the pandemic, I'm thinking, or maybe it was 2 years ago and there was a drought. I can't remember. But anyway, he was out there. He was so excited. He put the phone down for a second and you hear him say, wow, this is wonderful. Thank you for the update. We really appreciate it. And he said, oh, by the way, now what about the Creek name? I explained that that would need to be a separate proposal and that you all had noted in your discussion that there was a Jeff Davis Creek nearby. And he said, I would like to proceed with Daek Dao Goet Wata, Wata meaning stream in our language. And I said, fair enough. We will convey that to the US board. We will prepare a case brief. And unless I'm mistaken, I don't think we ever got anything in writing. I think it was very much a verbal, yes, we would like to proceed with that proposal, but I don't know that we officially asked him about modifying the generic term to Creek, but if it's an issue for you all, we're happy to ask.
Yeah, or maybe it would have more impact coming from the local committee. Amy, would you be willing to reach out to him?
Certainly, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can forward along the, well, you should have it in the folder. Hopefully the point of contact at Irwin Jim is his name, the chairman. But if you can't find it, let me know and I'll forward it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. But I will say that the US board is getting much more lenient, more generous with native generic terms. It certainly was a policy 20 or more years ago to almost insist that a proponent go with an English generic term. But in more recent years, the board has said, no, we are here to recognize native names. And if that includes a native generic term, we are not going to object to that. So I can't speak for the US BGN, but I don't think they would be as bothered by Wata as the generic term. But ultimately, it's the county and the Forest Service has to live with the consequences and manage the land. And if it gives you all heartburn to do so, then we should convey that. Just heads up, we're going to get a lot more of these in the future. So if this is going to be a state policy to insist on the generic term in English, then we'll take that under consideration.
Well, it sounds like it's worth a try.
Sure, why not? Yeah.
Oh, this is Rich. I just had a question.
Go ahead, Rich.
So I was, I got, after Jenny made the point about the Forest Service and the county, so what did the Forest Service care about having Wata versus Creek? I forgot.
Yeah, that's a good question because Rich Spradling, I think you were speaking with your Forest Service hat off when you said.
I've made it very clear. That question did not, as far as I know, did not come about when gathering both the forest and regional opinion. It was also it was less formal, partially because of the previous decision. They didn't open it up, I believe, to the same level, and they said, sure, we support that. But it never was talked about the generic feature name. So if you wanted, that is a possibility. We could go back and see if anybody cares about that from a Forest Service perspective. You heard Rich Spradling's perspective. That was not
right.
Good. Yeah.
I think that would be worth finding out if the Forest Service, I mean, to what Jenny said about the board being more flexible lately.
Mm-hmm.
It would be interesting to know what the local Forest Service people or even the county, what their opinion is about it.
I would be willing to get that opinion.
Oh, okay. Anyway, that's
Great.
what I think.
Good call.
Yep. And I will not temper it with mine. I put my hats on, take them off, and I tell you about that.
We like your opinion too, Rich.
Okay.
I will say we have the letter here, the back and forth with the local forest office, and it talks a lot about the, well, it starts off with here's a new proposal. It relates to the previous one. Goes hand in hand with the recent mountain name change. The proposed name for the creek would tie to the mountain name with Wata, meaning stream, river in the Washoe language. And I guess this is Randy Kais. I guess he's the Forest Recreation Program Manager. And he says, I support the change as it ties the creek to the mountain and is a name and description that has a direct tie to the area and its people. And then there's some back and forth. The Forest Supervisor says, I support. Matthew Zumstein, I don't know where he fits into the equation, but he says, I support. I reached out to the Forest Supervisor and District Ranger. Both are in support of the proposed name change. And then finally from the US BGN member, the Forest Service supports the proposal to change the name to Da Ek Dao Go Et Wata. So it did go through all the various levels of review at the local and regional office. So yeah, there wasn't specifically commented about the use of a generic, but they were certainly aware of it from the beginning that that was the proposed name.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
it was on the printed documentation. It would be, I think, yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, we could go either way. Yeah.
It sounds like it'd be worthwhile to check in with the Forest Service and the proponent to see if
Okay.
they're
Yeah, that's
willing
fine.
to go with Creek.
Okay.
Does that sound okay, Amy?
That sounds great to me. Thank you for your direction and guidance. On my
Okay,
first
so we'll go
one.
ahead and
Yeah.
defer it.
Mhm.
Hopefully we'll recommend lots of cases in December.
Yes.
Kind of getting used to just deferring things, which is not a good habit. So, Kira will defer based on contacting both the proponent and the Forest Service to get confirmation on whether we want to change it from Wata to Creek, or whether they're in support of that.
Got it.
Okay. Okay, next case is Richards. Okay, so we're actually a couple minutes over noon. So let's go ahead and take an hour break so everyone can catch up on their emails or get some lunch. And then we'll come back at 1 and I will be really sure that my mute is off. So we can start on time. And we'll kick off with Elk Creek.
Sounds good.
All right. Okay. See you guys all at 1.
Zoom the recording.
Great.
Stop the share so you can start sharing your agenda again.
Wonderful. Thank you. Yeah, so this morning, our little break, we had to get some data to the incident commander on the Dixie fire to report burned down homes. And we're already at 596 homes destroyed on the Dixie fire and 134 commercial buildings, which is really sad.
Oh, that's horrible.
That's horrible.
Yeah, I think most of them are from that Greenville community.
Oh, still from there.
Tough. It's tough.
Yeah, this is Rich. Same comments. Our history on our Plumas County names. We've had some questions about the Mountain Maidu tribe representation and things like that. They're from the Greenville Indian Rancheria.
Oh no.
It's just thing after thing, and Greenville has not done well, as you know. And
Oh wow, I did not make that connection,
yeah,
Rich.
he may not. I would need to absolutely. They have strong ties. I don't know exactly where each person is from, because there are multiple locations, rancherias for that tribe. They're both on the east and the west side a little bit. So, but it's another. Every fire season comes along, I say, here we go.
Yeah.
How awful.
It's getting pretty hard to comprehend.
Yep.
And go with it. What can you do? Drive less. Okay. welcome back, everyone. We are going to dive into the next case, Elk Creek. Richard, are you ready to take it away?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Great.
So this Elk Creek is in Marin County, and it's a little creek that drains to the ocean, and there's a point there that they named Tennessee Point from apparently the steamer Tennessee wrecked right near there in the 1850s, I think. And so then apparently, let's see, when was it? In 1961, the Board of Geographic names changed the name of the valley that this creek is in to Tennessee Valley. So there's Tennessee Point, Tennessee Valley, and there's a couple other Tennessee things. And so apparently then from the proponent's the Golden Gate National Recreation Area. And so they're proposing to be called Elk Creek. And they were saying that, I guess in the past and on older topographic maps, it was referred to as Elk Creek. But then it appears that in the published works they cite, then there are a lot of variations on how this creek is named. There's Tennessee Valley Creek, Tennessee Creek, Elk Valley Creek, and it's kind of been flip-flopping around in a lot of the published works, or a thesis did some work there, and quite a bit seemed like between the 50s, mid-50s and so, and up until around 2000. And then it seemed like in around 05 or so that the Golden Gate people started using Elk Creek more. And so in this proposal, they said that Elk Creek was more of the historical name, but then, like I said, there seemed to be quite a few other names that have been used. Then in the thing that Tiffany sent me, I also didn't spend tons of time on this because since we just finished that training in July, and then when I got that notice the meeting was canceled, I was out in the field a lot. So I thought, I have extra time. And I was surprised when the meeting wasn't canceled. Anyway, apparently in the note from Tiffany to me about this, the Federated Indians of the Groton Rancheria wish to propose a name in Miwok. And then she wrote that the Elk Creek proposal will be withdrawn once that happens. So I don't know, Tiffany, was that mentioned by the Park Service employee at Golden Gate?
I would have to go back to the email to check.
You didn't. It said proposed by Park Service employee, and then NPS learned that the Federated Indians wish to propose a name in Miwok, and the Elk Creek proposal will be withdrawn. So I guess it seems to me, I was thinking I would like to contact that Graton Rancheria and find, if they're working on one, or what they're thinking about doing. So apparently the Marin County Board of Supervisors is asked to comment, but I guess they haven't done that. No opinion from NOAA. The tribes, the comment deadline passed and no response. So I guess with the different associated names related to Tennessee, the name hasn't been, even though it is historical from sort of pre-1950s apparently, it hasn't been used a lot, at least consistently, ever since the mid-50s. It's been up and down and around on a number of different things. So it seems to me we should defer on this, and I'll check into, what's going on with the Grayton Rancheria and what they're thinking about doing.
Yeah, that sounds reasonable. So you say that there is local usage?
Well, I guess there is some. The Park Service seems to be primarily the local usage
Okay.
of that name, Elk Creek. It's not really some of the other local published references, as I mentioned, have used Tennessee Valley Creek, Tennessee Creek, or Elk Valley Creek, even though it's officially Tennessee Valley. So, at least from what they presented in the proposal, the local or at least regional usage has been pretty variable.
And we have not heard from the county, right? Sorry, you're a little faint. So I'm sorry if I make you repeat.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tennessee Valley is a very popular hike for locals, for sure.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, so I'd imagine this would be kind of.
Maybe some other local groups to see.
Yeah, it might even be interesting just to kind of poke around on the internet for like on hiking apps or websites to see if
That's a good idea.
refers to it. I think it's probably all going to be Tennessee Valley, but if anyone in the community refers to it as Elk Creek,
Okay.
just to see if
Well, since it is Tennessee Valley on all the official maps. I wasn't sure.
Yeah, just kind of establish. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah. It seemed like maybe the Golden Gate people were kind of going back to more historical use, but
right.
Because like I said, it seems like the published documents that use Elk Creek recently are primarily from the Golden Gate National Recreation Area.
Have you noticed if they've started putting it on their own maps?
I didn't really have a chance to look into that.
Yeah. Okay.
But I'll dig in further and see what the kind of general use and what the MIWOC proposed, because it sounds like the Park Service would withdraw this if there is a interest from them, at least from your note here. So that's my suggestion.
Okay, so defer so you can follow up with the local tribe and do a little bit more research on local usage.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I should be ready with a good proposal by our next meeting.
Great. Okay. Okay.
Looks like Jenny's hand's up.
Jenny.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Richard, for a great summary there and analysis. Yeah, this is very much on the on hold for now, I think. The Park Service, the proponent is the GIS specialist at the Golden Gate, and I guess it came to his attention that they were already using the name on Park Service products, and they're not supposed to until the BGN approves the name. So I guess he started off just simply requesting that it become official, and the US BGN member kind of weighed in from the Park Service, weighed in and said, kind of wish you would talk to me first, but anyway, no worries about that. So yeah, it became a proposal. We put it on the review list, and of course, reach out to the tribes, and then we got the follow up from the Rancheria saying they might have another name. And the more we researched it, the more we found, all those other names applied to this creek. And this is probably typical. There's some confusion between the creek and the valley name. People assume that naturally Tennessee Creek would flow through Tennessee Valley, or maybe it's Tennessee Valley Creek. But nonetheless, yeah, there's clearly a lot of unknowns here still and a lot of need. Of course, anything you can add, and certainly researching hiking guides, and this may be a good use of the state library resources to check and see where other names, whether Elk Creek really was used. If it's strictly historical usage, that may not be reason enough. If folks in the area call it Tennessee Valley Creek, or if a tribe comes back with a name they prefer, whether that becomes more acceptable. I would say, at this point, just put out more feelers, do more research. I'm certainly not advocating on this one for a vote anytime soon. The Park Service, they're well aware that this needs more vetting. So, if we can have it even by December, to be honest, I might be surprised. You never know.
Okay. Well, I haven't done any of these. This is my first one, so I have no idea.
I know. And this was, given that a lot of the tribal consultation sort of kind of has to happen from the federal level. Now, of course, you do have Christina, and she represents, the tribes of California. So hopefully she would also maybe do some kind of research, but we don't want to deluge the tribes with requests.
Should I check with her first, do you think?
Right, probably not a bad idea. Just given that there is the input from the tribes already, and they've sort of said they might have another name, whether it would be a historical name they've used in the past, or whether it's a name they quote, make up today for this creek, we don't know. But hopefully, if there is a name they've used that might be, considered, and they would need to propose it. So if you do talk to Christina, or she talks to the tribe, they would need to formally propose it. And you're right, I think the proponent would ultimately withdraw Elk Creek if there were a native name that was preferred, or if the locals decided they liked Tennessee Creek or Tennessee Valley Creek instead, based on local usage. There's just so many moving parts on this one yet, so I would just say keep poking around and see if maybe Mary or Sue can find something in the state library or state records, and then report back in December. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that sounds good. Okay, I'm not committing myself to December then.
And certainly we can touch base between now and then if we want to chat offline about strategy or next steps. Feel free to call us anytime. We're here to help or work with you.
Okay.
Great.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jenny.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and defer based on needing more research. Sound good, Richard?
Yeah, that sounds perfect.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you. Nice summary. Okay, are we ready to move on? Or, does anyone have any last recommendations on Elk Creek for Richard to move forward before we jump to the next? Okay, great. Sometimes this is tricky. Normally, when we're in a room together, I can look at people and see if they've got something on their minds that they want to say. So feel free to speak up anytime. Okay, next case is Menifee. It is Menifee. I want to add an R. Menifee Hills in Riverside County. Amy, that's yours.
That's mine, yeah. So hi again. Just reminding you I'm new and I have done no research on this one. So I'm going to give a case summary and then you guys can fill me in if you know anything or provide some direction for beginning the research on this one. So this is a proposal for a new name of an unnamed feature. And the new name Menifee Hills is proposed for a ridge in the city of Menifee in Riverside County. It's approximately 2 miles long and 1.5 miles wide. And the name proposed refers to the city of Menifee, which was named for Luther Menifee Wilson, who lived from 1845 to 1899. And he was one of the first settlers of the area. In 1883, he discovered a local quartz lode. The proponent, who's Dane Hitchcock of Menifee, California, reports that one of the summits on the ridge is locally called Menifee Cross Hill due to the presence of a white cross at its peak. And there is a subdivision named Menifee Hills that was recently built on the east side of the ridge. And that is all I have.
All right. Let's see. So I just have some notes here. It looks like Riverside County has not responded.
Okay.
And the city is the one that's really pushing this. Sounds like they're bugging Jenny to get an answer.
Okay.
Doesn't mean we have to give them one right away. I mean, we'll give them one, but not today. So moving forward, it would probably be helpful if we could see if we could wring a response out of the Riverside County Board of Soups.
Okay.
If you can.
Okay.
It might be interesting to find out more about that original settler, whatever, what is it?
Yeah.
It's basically a
uh-huh.
commemorative name, like see who he is in this day and age. We're a little more sensitive about, how he came into the area. Like,
yep, absolutely.
Did he enslave and murder the locals or
right? Yeah.
Like what kind of a guy was he? Is he worth a name?
Yep. Absolutely.
Because those are my recommendations. Does anyone have anything they think would be helpful?
I think like with the other one, looking for recreation around the area, and if anyone uses, documents that name. Since it looks like on the imagery, there's some trails that go up to it and around the subdivision.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, the library researchers, I just had them do some research and they're amazing. They found all sorts of interesting little tidbits. Dope. So hopefully they can help you with Menifee.
All right, thank you. Oh, I see your message, Sue. Thank you.
Sure thing.
Oh yeah, I'm not watching this one. Oh yeah, thank you, Sue. Okay, so I think you want to defer based on needing more research?
Yes, please.
For the record, okay. All right, great. Okay, moving on. And by the way, I have the screen, but if anyone has something they would like to share, then I'll just stop sharing so that you can grab it. Okay, next case is Sawyer Falls, an unnamed fall, I guess, in El Dorado County. And Daniel, this is yours.
Yeah, okay. And I do have something I can share, Tiffany.
You do, yeah, okay, great.
Yeah.
Your story map. I'm like, actually, I didn't look at it this morning. I'm really excited to see it.
Okay. Alrighty, so I'll just start out. So Sawyer Falls currently it's an unnamed feature. It's around 250 feet long and it's located along the Glen Alpine Creek. And the falls is actually on a private parcel, which resides inside the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit. So the new commemorative name that's being proposed for Sawyer Falls is intended to commemorate the proponent's parents, Robert Lee Sawyer Jr. and Alice Olson Sawyer, both who passed away more than 5 years ago, who in 1961 acquired a 2-acre parcel of land that overlooks the falls, where they built an A-frame cabin that's still owned and used by the family. Mr. Sawyer was a pilot instructor during World War II. He had a 35 career year as a senior management position with PG&E. The family still uses the cabin often. They're also looks like active in the community with restoration projects. So the falls is a quarter-mile upstream of another fall that's known locally as Modjeska Falls, which is named after Helen Modjeska, a famous Polish actress who performed at the nearby Glen Allen Resort in 1885. Those falls are accessible by a public trail, unlike these, which there's no trail going to them, and they're located on private property. So these are a couple photos that the proponent provided to BGN. So an older photo showing the cabin in the falls, the painting of the same, and then a map that was put together that kind of shows where it falls in the whole complex along the creek there. So it's these here, and then the cabin just off there. And then these are the two obituaries. So Mrs. Sawyer passed away in 2015 and her husband in 2008. And then this is the landscape of it. So you can see this is where the falls would be if it does get approved, and this is their cabin there. And again, just there was some question about where the falls actually were, and so I got the topography together, and you can see it there. I did some measurements, and I didn't measure to 250 feet, but I don't know if that matters. I came up with more like 150. And then this is just a property ownership. It shows that it is on private, 2-acre parcel. The last name on the public records is Watts, which in the obituary is one of the surviving children's last names. And then in terms of, I meant to double check this, but what I had when I last checked was the County Board of Supervisors were in support. Lake Tahoe Management Unit, we had no response, and then the same no response from the Native American tribes. And yeah, so that's all the kind of research and background I had on the case, was able to put together.
Can you go back to your ownership map? How close was the Forest Service property? Is it an in-holding in the? Yeah, it's an in-holding within Forest Service properties.
Right. Yeah. So it's a. Oh, probably won't show now. Yeah. So it's on this side is Forest Service. Same thing on this side, and then kind of next to it, but not, is the state of California Lake Tahoe Conservancy has a parcel.
Rich, have you been involved in this at all as far as contacting the Lake Tahoe Basin?
Yep.
Cool.
Yeah. I had one question too. I was thinking of showing some stuff, and I think Daniel picked up on some of that. The two obituaries.
I did. Yeah.
And that's good. This is really good presentation.
Yes. Yeah. This is awesome.
Basically, and I was wondering about the source of the land data. BGN and I actually went back and forth a little bit with trying to figure out where is this falls exactly, and we were mistaken for a little while about exactly where it was, but this is exactly where it shows. Our parcel information showing the Watts property, the amount of having a nice controlled survey showing exactly whether the Forest Service is on one side of the creek or exactly where the parcel ends was kind of difficult for us to ascertain. But basically, again, Forest Service we decided, the north side of the creek is Watts property. Pretty much the south side is U.S. Forest Service. But by a hair, we think the property probably goes across the creek in all likelihood. Therefore, we're not going to have an opinion.
Oh, okay. That's an opinion, having no opinion, I guess.
Yeah, we like to, bow out where possible. But again, I've got a lot of geographic names thoughts on the process if we get into this discussion. But the official Forest Service opinion is that we have no opinion.
Great. Okay.
Great. I know.
Yeah, no, that's an opinion, I guess. I mean,
yeah,
they weighed in.
Yeah. And
personally, I don't know why they would want to name their falls, because that's going to attract people to it on their private property. But that's their thing.
When you're ready to hear my geographic names hat viewpoint, I'll click that in where appropriate.
Yeah, Daniel, did you have
Yeah.
anything else? Should we hand it
No,
over to Rich? Yeah,
I'd love to hear it.
Yeah.
fire away.
Possibly you will. This is a commemorative name, and I believe we hold commemorative names to a fairly decent standard now that people should have an association with feature. I forget which policy. Jenny could probably tell you exactly which policy or principle it is, but sure enough, they have passed away 5 years. Usually have quite an association or lasting contribution to the area. I look for contribution to the area. In this particular case, these are some nice folks that had a summer cabin. They have done, they were there in the summer. They did not live there. They love, and most of the write-up comes as they loved their cabin. Well, I would too. I'm citing the negative side here, and you can take that for what it's worth. These were two, Mr. Sawyer was a PG&E business guy. Their only real tie to the land here is land ownership. They've only owned it since the family, Grandpa bought it in 1960 or so, 60 years. That's relatively short in our California history. Nothing wrong with this family. I didn't see anything wrong. They lived, I forget, down in Oakland or Berkeley, and then retired to Carmel, and their PG&E management. So I think they had some, that. I don't think 60 years of where the main association is property ownership merits a name. I just fall a little short on that one. So that's the crux of my argument, I guess. So that, for my 2 cents.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. He was a vet, I guess. Daniel, can you zoom down to your case summary again? Yeah, so he's a vet, and right, I think you said that.
Yeah, a World War II pilot.
Yeah, there we go. Like millions of other Americans, but he served our country.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, found nothing negative about him.
No,
just I think the association and the prominence, the lasting contribution to the area is not good. I'm a little down on. I think we should be tougher on commemorative names. Lasting association. Did the Native American? Did we get any response from the Washoe or anybody that we know of yet?
Not the federal level.
Not at the federal level.
So no responses from the BGN blanket emails, as far as I know.
Yeah, I guess. Jenny, do you know if there was? I'm sure the inquiry was put out, and I just didn't know whether where would we hear if there was some response?
We would have shared it with you. Yes,
Okay.
it was on the review list. The notice was sent out to all federally recognized tribes, and there was no response. And the standard notice says, no response in 60 days. We assume you have no opinion. Okay, so it came and went with no response. So yeah, we would share that with you if there was any feedback at all. Yeah.
And that would show up at some point after the quarterly review list.
Exactly. Yeah.
Daniel, what's your leaning on this? Did you have a thought on where you were going to take this as far as recommendation?
I don't have anything against naming it, I guess, but I do see the, we could name every square inch for someone, and where do you cut the line? I don't know. It's their property, so I mean, I don't want to say no, you can't call it that, but I don't know if we should recognize them calling it that.
Yeah, they could put a little wood sign up next to it and not have it go on the SGS.
Yeah, and there is really no way to get to that. If you look at the USG or the Forest Service trails and roads, they kind of lead away from that, the falls.
Yeah. I think one thing we should look at precedents. One, how we've done things in the past, what our kind of bar, because there's a lot of them like this where there's a pretty good guy, woman, whatever, and what is our level for where we're going to say, yeah, this one merits that. Land ownership, typically not. It's pretty stated someplace that it's not, but we don't. I don't want to be negative on it. I'm like Daniel. I cited all the negative points because, everything we do, we rely on past precedents, and we set a precedent that this is the new standard. We would be approving something where this guy's owned a piece of land for 60 years, and we went with it. So that's what we have precedents to follow. We don't always follow them perfectly, mind you, but we try to get that level. This is about how we treat these, and this is about this, and take everything. Use the PPP where we can, and say, where does this fit here, and rate it accordingly.
During our last meeting, we did go ahead and approve that Leonard Creek, and that barely squeaked by. I think like that was probably the bottom end of our bar, because that Mr. Leonard had he was involved in education, right? So that's a contribution, and it was environmental education, so that was a positive contribution.
Yeah, I feel the same way on that. I think we should be tough on commemorative names.
I agree.
Some of our more recent leanings have been towards, just not folks that come out here and buy some land. It's back to the settler influence. We've got some other things to think about here, and I think Leonard Creek did. We didn't weigh in that positive. Yeah, I was wishy-washy on that one too. Yeah. So.
And that's, if we start naming things after landowners, it definitely weights the names towards wealthy people. So like with the Doak Creek, basically that guy's contribution is he was an amazing capitalist and made a ton of money. And so does he get a creek named after him for that? So, and this is the same, like not the same, but similar. Like these guys could afford a vacation home.
That would have felt better if they even lived there, but they, they didn't live there. It's a summer cabin.
Yeah. Part-time.
Yeah. So that's my geographic names. I'm a little negative on this one, but the Forest Service hat is no opinion.
That's actually helpful.
I try to do that.
I don't think there's any more room for more research. Does anyone feel that there's something that would help?
I would think that if the Sawyer family, Watt family had more contribution to this area, they would have said it in their proposal. I would have hoped.
Right. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. It's too bad. Too bad we don't have more time. A lot of times we get the information comes out at our meetings here on the phone. And I feel for the other board members who haven't had time to read, just if we'd have a time to read a certain amount of reference material before our meetings, like you could read through and get a gist of where does this was a great presentation by Daniel, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
But to be able to read through, I read through the obituaries and again, not to be too negative, these are probably nice people, but they're just upper management in PG&E to me, and bought a cabin. So.
Does anyone else on the committee have a perspective? Throw in. I know this discussion for most of you is new. Commemorative names. Daniel.
This is Rich. Oh, sorry.
Oh, hey, Rich. Yeah.
I just thought I'd say I agree with Rich Spradling and you about just the whole discussion in terms of just these are people with money and they bought a cabin and they like the falls there and now they want to name it after their family. So, but yeah, particularly the part that they didn't need to live there all year and really do much in the area or the community. Like that Leonard Creek thing was, since I was in on the vote for that, that did seem kind of like the lower end of
Yeah.
of what they really did. He had that camp and stuff like that. So, okay, that's
Yeah,
my
this is even less contribution. I mean, this really isn't much contribution at all to the area.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel, do you want to make a recommendation?
Sure. So with the precedent that the committee has set in the past, I would recommend that we decline the proposal.
Yeah, disapprove the
Or disapprove,
proposal.
sorry. Do I have any seconds?
So,
Oh.
yeah, so we're looking for a second. Is there a second to the recommendation? Okay, I'll second it.
Need a board member.
I can second it too.
Yeah, you,
Right, yeah,
you clicked just before me. So.
By the way, any committee member can second it, even if you don't agree with it. If you're just like ready to vote, second it.
Oh, even
Okay.
if you don't agree with it, you can second it, huh?
You can still second it, I believe so, yeah. And then vote
And then
against.
vote against it. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And
So, pardon?
And I was going to say, as a process thing, I've always wondered in, parliamentary procedure, after one usually makes a recommendation in a second, there is just, I don't know whether we've discussed it before the recommendation. I don't know, Tiffany, if you want to, at this point, entertain any more discussion, after a recommendation is made and seconded, that's the usual part where discussion happens. But
Yeah, I was going to do that. I was going to open it up one more time. Any any more discussion, any thoughts that have come up while this discussion's gone on that you didn't squeeze in there yet? Leave it open for a couple seconds. Well, I think we're ready to vote. This is very exciting.
another process question. Do
Yeah.
we need a quorum?
Right, because there's only 5 out of 8 of us here.
I don't know if we have a rule on that.
I think we determined that this committee is not subject to Bagley-Keene rules. We are following procedure, but not subject to Bagley-Keene.
I didn't quite hear that. I'm sorry. I'm a non-board member too, so you can tell me to be quiet. But
we're not following the Bagley-Keene rules directly.
Okay.
We do need a majority, and I'm not 100% sure if that's a majority among the 8 of us or a majority among the present people at the vote. Kira, do you have any thoughts on that?
I have no clue. I'm here to
Me either.
We currently have 5 of the 8 members present. So depending on how this vote comes out, we could possibly be fine either way.
But if one or more people votes against it, and we don't have a majority, so we'll just give it a try, see what happens.
Okay.
And if we don't have a majority, we might need to go back and discuss it with Lizzie. Is Lizzie
I
on the
don't
line?
believe our charter specifies.
I don't think it does.
Or defer till there's more people present.
Yeah. But it might be enough. I just like asking these questions.
It's an important question.
Yeah.
Okay, and then for voting, we'll verbally say yay or nay, depending on your opinion. So all those in favor to recommend to disapprove Sawyer Falls, say yay. Oh, Kira, You take roll on that, right?
Tiffany, yeah, let's just run down the roll then.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Mary Simmerer, Department of Water Resources. Did we lose Mary? It looks like we may have lost Mary.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
So we are down to half if we lost Mary.
Dear.
Tiffany, it's your call how to proceed as chair.
I would like to take a vote, but maybe we should
contingent upon
I would like to discuss it with Lizzie because she's got a much broader experience in this world of more official committees.
So we could vote and record it as contingent upon further decision.
Yeah, I think so.
Because then we're only half here, right?
Yes. Yeah, we have 4 of 8 members present since we lost Mary.
Could always defer till next time. We almost closed one of them.
And, yeah, and
I
just
think it might be better to wait and get more sure of the rules too.
We can do that. Okay.
Because if people are unhappy, then they might want to know, well, what was the vote? And, we might stir things up if we don't really know for sure where we stand.
Good point.
Yeah, I've got a related process one. I think of these things offline, being the old administrative guy I am. When a person is not here, like we have many members that didn't attend today, can they send a representative, and can that representative vote in their stead?
So we do have it set down that that yes, they can designate a person to represent them. So at our last meeting, the representative from the California State Library was unable to attend and sent a designee. They did vote on behalf of the State Library. I believe that's okay in the charter. We did confirm that with Lizzie before we started the meeting.
Okay.
Okay, well, darn. We'll go ahead and defer due to lack of committee attendees, lack of a quorum or majority of attendees.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
That means Daniel will have to do it again, and I'll have to get all grouchy again.
Thought we had a great case.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I've got one more question just to slow things down. I did put a bunch, and I think Kira pointed out that I had filed a bunch of stuff in our team room.
Yes.
Is it still there? I just went and looked for it and I can't find it. Is it just, it could just be me. So.
What case was it?
Or like I believe I'd filed some things. Well, I did, because Daniel was able to find it.
Yeah, Rich put these 2 in here.
Yeah, those
folder.
obituaries, and I had some other little land diagrams. You have better ones. And I put some stuff in from BGN too that comes straight from their notes. But I go back in now and I don't seem, it's a technical question. I don't want to bog the meeting down, but in case you knew something.
So they may have been moved into the folder titled research.
Research.
Yes, they are in the folder titled research under that same name proposal folder.
Okay, thank you. I don't want to bog things down anymore. Let's keep moving.
No, it's a good question because it may be something that other people need to know as well for research related stuff.
Okay, moving on. Thank you, Daniel. That was excellent. Give us a clear picture of what's going on there. And moving on, the next case is RMI Point in San Mateo, and it's Mary's case, and she's still MIA.
She does not show on the listing.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So we will defer that one due to the committee member absence. And if she comes back, maybe we can go back to it. She pops back in. So maybe we'll defer pending on whether she reappears. I think she was going to defer it anyway. Okay, so then the next one is Gasparini Creek, which is basically a misspelling. Gasparini Creek. Gasparini Creek was the misspelling one. That's in El Dorado County, and that is Susan's case. And unfortunately, she's not here because I think this probably would have been one where we could have voted today. But we'll go ahead and defer it due to the absence of the committee member. And then the next one is Riesler Buttes, San Bernardino County. It's a renaming of a very derogatory word. Another one of Mary's. So we will most likely defer that unless Mary pops back in. Oh my, and then the next one is Chest Hills, Imperial County, a new name. That's Greg Lucas's case, and he is absent. So we're going to go ahead and defer that one too.
Tiffany, this is James Barnes with
Hey,
your land
James.
manager. I had a quick question. I'm new to this committee. And
Yeah.
so with this proposal, it's definitely going to affect BLM. Most of the land form within the state of California is public lands managed by Bureau of Land Management. But I was looking at this land form, and I noticed that a portion of it is in the state of Arizona. And there's also a small portion that appears to be in northern Mexico across the international boundary. So I was just wondering, when this committee does take up this this proposal, what's the process for in terms of coordinating with Arizona and maybe even Mexico on this, if there's any coordination at all?
Well, this will be the first one in that situation. I'll ask Jenny in a second too. I would think that we probably want to go to the federal level on BLM, get their opinion. Who you were in contact with, right, James?
Yes.
Would that make sense, or would you be more comfortable?
I was just wondering in terms of like the state of Arizona, do they have a naming committee that would also be involved that we'd coordinate with for this committee's work?
They have a naming committee, but we're very separate. We don't communicate. We haven't communicated with them in the past. Doesn't mean we can't. Yeah, maybe that would probably be worthwhile to reach out to find out who they are and reach out to them. It's going to affect them.
Yeah, it would also affect people in Mexico as well. So.
Yeah, okay. We can ask Greg to reach out to those committees and see if they're aware of this proposal.
Okay, thanks. Was just curious. Thanks.
Thanks for bringing that up. Let me just make a quick note. Okay. Anything else, James? I think you did. Gave us a local opinion, right, on that one, on Chest Hills?
Yeah, BLM California doesn't yet have a position on this proposal. Okay. We certainly will, though. We'll definitely want to weigh in at some point when this proposal moves forward. And it will be BLM California. I don't know that the BLM Arizona is involved with this. I know there's other jurisdictions in Arizona. There's tribal lands and maybe other jurisdictions. But BLM California will definitely want to weigh in when this proposal looks like it's moving forward.
Okay. This one sounds like there's going to be some legwork to do for sure. Great.
Thanks.
Thank you.
This is Jenny. Could I
jump Jenny, you're back
on this one?
Yeah, please.
This is kind of a new twist. We were not aware that the feature extends into Arizona or Mexico. We have it simply in California. So it sounds like we need to probably go back to the proponent and ask him to define the extent, because that would definitely be a new twist. And yes, there is an Arizona State Geographic Names Board. They've been on hiatus for a while. Their funding ran out at the end of 2020 because the legislative session was focusing solely on COVID. activities. And so apparently their funding mechanism expired at the end of the year. We
Well, I'm
did,
glad to hear that we're not the only ones that are falling behind.
no, not at all. No, and they've got a list of places pending too. So no, you're not the only one for sure. And I did get word in April, we got word that the funding was brought back, and I guess they're back up to speed again, but they have not had a meeting this year. And again, we're not able to meet, I think, almost all of last year. So yeah, sound familiar?
Yes.
So certainly, yeah, we need to, first of all, go back to the extent, because our records only have it being more or less kind of half and half BLM and half the Fort Yuma reservation. So certainly we would be obligated to contact the Fort Yuma tribe directly for an opinion. You know, the review list notice would not be sufficient when it's actually partly on the reservation. We did get some informal comment from the local, I guess it's the local or regional BLM office, that they already call it Pilot Knob. Now we do have Pilot Knob in GNIS, and we kind of viewed it as that was just the point on top of this larger hills. And the proponent basically said the same thing. He said, I'm not looking to change Pilot Knob. That would retain as the high point. And it's perfectly fine to have a named point on top of a larger collection of hills. So if the BLM refers to the entire feature as Pilot Knob, you got a discrepancy right there between what
I could speak really quickly to that. It may be the case that one of the peaks is Pilot Knob, but BLM has a management area called the Pilot Hill Area of Critical Environmental Concern. So there may be some conflation there with the name of the peak and then the management area.
Yeah.
So that's the information I got when I checked in with the office. But there's also, I think there was some evidence that USGS found that maybe that's local usage, that people in that area refer to the entire landform as Pilot Knob. So I thought that warranted maybe some additional investigation. But from a BLM standpoint, it's definitely going to potentially affect our management because of the Pilot Knob ACEC. And
right. Absolutely.
So we wanted to at some point weigh in on that. And we're also strongly recommending that you consult with the Quetzon tribe too, because we're aware that it's a sacred landform to them, and they have a name for it in their language as well. So that's a factor.
Exactly. They may well come back with a different name for the larger feature, which again, from what you're saying, it sounds like Pilot Knob would still be retained as the highest point, which I believe that's on BLM land, not on the reservation. But yeah, nothing to say that the tribe couldn't then come back with another name for the entire feature. And what that would do to the Chestnut Hills proposal, premature to predict, but I don't know. So yeah, I think the first thing we need to kind of brainstorm the extent of this feature, because certainly, yes, if Arizona and certainly Mexico, if they're involved, I mean, there actually is a Mexico naming committee as well. We've really never interacted with them because there's so few features that really extend across the international boundary there. We do have a transboundary agreement with Canada, and we agree to work together, but we've never really had a reason to interact with the Mexican Names Board. But we certainly, this would be a precedent, I guess, because you think that most of the border is divided by the Rio Grande, so you don't really have any features that cross the border. But this would probably be a first. So thank you, California. You guys are really giving us every policy challenge here on this one. So
keep you on your toes.
Exactly. So maybe James, maybe you and I and Matt, my coworker, should get together offline and review the extent and decide if in fact it is bigger than we think it is, because we didn't have any of that interpretation. We simply have it in California. So that would be a big change. And for what it's worth, the proponent, when he submitted the name, he simply listed California. He didn't mention Arizona, but he's not even from the area, so what does he know, right? Is there the geologic extent, or are you talking about the above ground landform extent? How do you put a boundary around hills anyway? It's very nebulous. So there's a lot to work on this one yet. So clearly,
Yeah,
deferral is called for here.
Definitely. So moving forward, Jenny, you'll investigate or reach out to the proponent to try and identify a better extent.
Yeah, I'll talk to Matt when he gets back next week, and we will brainstorm and keep you in the loop, and also Patrick Mahoney, obviously the BLM member, and the folks who were on the initial review email, all the BLM folks, and see what the proponent says.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate that.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay. Anything else on that one? Can I have a plan? Okay, the next one is China Creek, which would be renaming Chinaman Creek, Tuolumne County. That is mine. So I will take it away. Share my screen. I'm just going to start with Google to orient you guys. So this is a pretty remote little creek out in Tuolumne County near Beardsley Lake. It's a fairly small creek. It's 3.7 miles long in the Stanislaus National Forest. So basically, I guess it starts about here and then it flows down into the Stanislaus River. Beardsley Reservoir is on the Stanislaus. So it comes like around here and then comes in right at the dam. I have another topo map of it. It's actually a little more descriptive. So let me switch over to that. I like that whole story map concept that Daniel was doing because that really keeps the flow going. So here's the USGS topo map. So there's Beardsley Lake, and then the creek is starts up here and just kind of winds its way down to the Stanislaus River, Chinaman Creek. So there was actually another proposal that came in last summer to change the name to James Wong Howe Creek. And that was because Chinaman Creek is considered offensive. So the proponent says that it's a racist name. Anyone with any common decency should be offended, and there's literally no good reason not to change it. She noted that there are many Chinese Americans who contributed greatly to their community and country that could be commemorated respectfully. So she submitted the James Wong Howe, and James Wong Howe is he's a really well accomplished cinematographer who migrated from China as a little kid, and his family took him to Washington, and where he spent some time as a child, and then Oregon. He eventually ended up in San Francisco and LA, where he became a cinematographer. And he won some awards. He was persecuted because people thought he had some communist ties. This is back in, he was born in 1899 and died in 1976. So I'm sure it was during those Cold War era. And he actually ended up fleeing to Mexico. Let's see, he was the first minority cinematographer. So he's pretty well known, but the BGN actually contacted the proponent to ask how Mr. Howe is associated with this particular stream in Tuolumne County, and that we prefer just using the surname instead of his full name. And the proponent never responded. So also, let's see, if you query the GNIS database, the original name of the creek, there's no other names in California. There are some other things like China Garden and Chinese Cut. And this particular name, it's interesting, it didn't show up on maps until, it didn't show up on the US GS maps until 2012, which is odd because it probably comes from there's a lot of Chinese workers in the area, but it's not clear exactly where this particular name came from. People that worked in the gold rush era, a lot of Chinese came in to help in that effort, I guess you could call it. So in April of this year, a counter proposal came in from the Forest Service to change the name to China Creek. And this is actually kind of an easy way out because the counter proposal seeks to remove a term which is most often used in a derogatory manner to people of Chinese descent. This second proposal says, our proposal in no way seeks to minimize the cinematographer achievements of Mr. Howe, but he didn't have any association to make any contribution to the area per USBGN policies. So our proposal seeks to retain the historical cultural reference to the Chinese immigrants contributing to the area that the creek offered, while removing a name that's derogatory to the Chinese people. So this new proposal aims to celebrate the Chinese people that worked in the area instead of the famous cinematographer, who obviously, he did share his own number of hurdles and experiences being a Chinese man in California, but he just doesn't have the ties to this geographic location. So in a way, it could, it doesn't celebrate the Chinese people that were working there by naming the creek after this one particular person. The Tuolumne Board of Supervisors does support the name change. We did not get any input from the tribes. And Rich, putting you on the spot again.
Yep, just ready to be there too.
Cool, you're the best.
Yeah, sometimes. Do you say that the county board of supervisors supported one or the other of those two?
I did not, and
I didn't know whether they supported James Wong Howe, and then were also maybe possible. I didn't ever hear myself whether they would support China Lake or China Creek rather.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna have
No,
to
we have no response from the county on either of those names. We gave
Oh,
them
you don't?
No, we gave them a deadline of August 31st we sent the initial one out, no response. Sent a follow-up when we got China Creek with a deadline at the end of this month and no response on either name. So if you guys got something,
Thanks. No, thanks for correcting me. I think I might have been confusing it with the Duke.
Yeah, yeah. Well, yes, I have been looking into this one for a while, and sure enough, even this one's been there a couple years. It must have been. It was pre-COVID times, and I did talk to the forest almost immediately about what they felt about this, and it brings up another interesting process question, because the first person I talked to said no, they wouldn't support the James Wong Howe Creek. But they also came back with, we think Chinaman Creek is okay. This was one person talking, I won't put her name down, but and in fact, there was a Chinese acting district ranger who thought it actually honored Chinese people, and he was happy because it is I can't think of the word, an effort they have there to recognize the Chinese American contribution largely they're in a post-transcontinental railroad world where the Chinese Americans had a huge contribution. And this is kind of just after that historically, as they came down and helped in the ranching, mining. They dispersed after railroad times a little bit. Anyway, that's where I first learned of it. And I said, oh, and then hearing about things, I looked into the absolute derogatory nature, possibly back in the day, Chinamen, again, I'm supposed to only mention this about once, was not always, it was just something to refer to a group of people. But like a lot of things, it was used derogatorily a lot. So, and with the Forest Service, we immediately brought it back to the regional level and said, okay, we don't really want to, for geographic names principles, James Wong Howe, a great citizen, great come up through the ranks kind of story, and has a lot of association with Los Angeles and Hollywood. Not so much a little creek up in the Stanislaus National Forest. I don't think it's fitting at all. But we also did not want to be seen as in any way supporting Chinaman Creek. Therefore, the proposal China Creek, what we usually don't do, the Forest Service usually will not put a proposal in. We are similar to the BGN. We act retroactively to proposals, and we rarely put one in ourselves. This time, actually, yours truly and came about. That proposal comes pretty much from me. I saw this puts our management in a bad situation, because if we turn down James Wong Howe Creek for, I think, a number of good reasons, it just doesn't have anything to do. It doesn't fit the landscape. He wasn't there, nothing. But we don't want to be seen as supporting Chinaman Creek. Just not going to happen. We put in I asked people what they would like, our management, what they would like to see. And we had Chinese Creek and China Creek. China Creek became the preferred, and thus our proposal. And I think Tiffany fairly well stated our reasons. We just don't want to be, we didn't want to be seen as negative. This gives us a viable alternative to support something in the direction I think we should, the Forest Service and I think we all should go. I think China Lake retains, China Creek, stop me if I keep saying that, China Creek retains that idea of honoring on the land, commemorating the contribution of the Chinese Americans, as where James Wong Howe Creek does not do that. Therefore, pretty much in that I've got a quick caveat, and then cut me off again. It's important for all board members, similar to hold on here. Well, the BLM, James, the BLM representative, it's pretty important for you when you're researching names on federal land to talk to and I think James can answer for himself, but to talk to me, you could get differing opinions were you to talk to a person on a forest or a ranger district. For the purposes of this committee, we run things through the regional office, and I'm the conduit for that through Forest Service Management. And I do my correspondence is directly to Washington Office Forest Service. We kind of have a group opinion so that we don't get one opinion on a forest and different at the regional office. It's happened historically to us. Therefore, we try to coordinate that all up and down the line as we proceed with these. So getting off that, James, you can, BLM's all over the place too. But digressed a whole bunch here, but China Lake is we definitely support China Lake over James Wong Howe Creek.
And China Creek comes from the regional office?
Yes.
Great.
That is the source.
Yeah, that's a good point, Rich. And I think Board of Geographic Names would definitely agree that support needs to come from the upper level.
Yeah, we just try to coordinate because, you know, I have a representative in Washington, DC too. If I sense that it's going to be anywhere close to controversial with her, we talk ahead of time, see if we're heading down the right path.
I think the one stickler on this is that we don't have Board of Supervisors response. Unfortunately, I got that mixed up. I hate to defer just to get their response, but I'm feeling like I better do that.
I did have a question. Is there like where the creek enters the river, is there a name for that use area down there?
That's the dam there?
There is a recreation site down there. Again, I was looking for I still can't find that research folder, by the way. But right, there is a recreation site called China Flat, a Forest Service recreation area, right about where there's a road that crosses the bottom of the creek, just above.
I see the parking area there.
Yeah, there's a trailhead and a Forest Service recreation area called China Flat. It's not large, but it is named. It is a Forest Service administrative name.
Yeah, and that's just within Forest Service. Oops, not that didn't work. There's other China Flats, turns out.
Oh, there's one.
Well,
and this is Jenny. Can you guys even vote anyway without a quorum at this point? Did you have to defer?
That's a good point. I
We're
guess
still
not,
watching and we're still watching and hoping that Mary turns back up.
That's a great point. And so now we have 2 reasons to defer it. So I'll go ahead and defer it. And in the meantime, reach out to Tuolumne County, and then hopefully by next meeting, we'll have a quorum.
And we need to figure that out too. That's another process thing. If we know somebody can't make the meeting, we don't want to head into another one of these meetings with one or two can always be somebody's ill or something like that.
Yeah.
But we can't head in another processing. We can't head into another meeting deferring things for lack of quorum.
I agree. I can't tell you how disappointed I am actually, because this is a huge chunk of everyone's time. I actually left the fire to be at this meeting. So when people were dropping out left and right, it was actually really annoying.
Yeah, we probably have something to do on scheduling of meetings, about picking good times, and I don't know about how the rest of you guys are. I'm retired, I can find time. I'm very adaptable. But for the rest of you guys, finding time, or if you know all of a sudden fire season's a tough one for many people. It changes things in California. And
it does. But we make an effort to schedule these way far in advance so that people can get them on their calendars.
But like I suppose if it looks like just terrible 2 weeks in advance or something, for some reason, we might want to, I don't know how easy it is to schedule 8+ people in the same place at the same time, but
for an entire day, it's a big ask.
Yeah,
sure.
It is.
Unfortunately, we lost 2 in the last 2 days, so we did not have advance notice, unfortunately.
Yeah, you do what you can,
Yeah. In fact, with that, well, we have a couple more cases. I don't think we would vote on them anyway because they're fairly new, but we could zip through them. So I'll go ahead and defer this one based on a need for response from the county and lack of a quorum. But yes, it's frustrating. Okay, let's see my list. For some reason, Zoom is not finding it. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the list again. Well, I have it in front of me. The next one is Granite Face Lake in Nevada County, and that is Richards. So Richard, if you could just give us a summary. I mean, we're not going to vote on it. Obviously, that would be awesome.
What?
Yeah, go for it.
Oh, okay. I was going to try to, I have the map from the proponent. Let me see if I can share my screen if it works from here. I haven't done
great.
that
Okay.
before. Oh, and I pick. Oh, share. Does anybody see anything?
See a lot of red. Oh, yes.
How about
Yep.
now?
Yep, it's coming up.
Oh,
There it
okay.
is.
You have your desktop.
Okay, so this is proposed Granite Face Lake. It's an unnamed reservoir in Nevada County. So you can see on the lower down here where in Nevada County it sits. And it's an in-holding here in the Tahoe National Forest. I'm gathering that this is a private section, and these are national forests. And then it's some lake. It's a reservoir on North Creek. And so there were a number of questions which I didn't have time to investigate before today's meeting. Who owns the property? That's not clear from the proposal. There was no mention of local usage. I don't think the Forest Service has been contacted. I don't know if Rich has any ideas about this. The proponent is from Reno, and he doesn't really say, what his involvement is with this particular proposal or this lake. I guess there's a piece of granite. At least I was trying to read from the description. I guess it's a flat piece of granite that comes into the lake at the northeast corner here that I don't know if it looks like a face or it's a face because it's a big flat piece of granite. I'm not really clear what where the face part comes in exactly. So at this point, I think that Nevada County did approve the name and sent a little letter of support. So the county likes it. I guess I'm also not clear if there's any access to this thing from other, by other people, or is it just a private piece that nobody can get to? I guess I was curious if, since it's a reservoir and maybe a private one, is that something that's typically named formally or not? I didn't.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It is?
Yeah, it's like still
Okay.
a viable
I guess I
place
figured
for
it
me.
must be.
Yeah.
Since it came through the system.
Right, exactly.
So that's all I have on it. So I don't know if Rich knows something.
Yeah. Not a whole heck of a lot here. Once again, in Forest Service management, which guiles Jenny and others, if it doesn't fall on green Forest Service land, our management typically is reducing the impact on our field folks and saying, we have no opinion. But so I think I do have that fairly officially. The Forest Service at our level is not going to have an opinion on this. You can see that this is checkerboard ownership. By every other section is non-federal back from railroad days. And it is not, as far as I can see, it is not BLM. It is not state land. Therefore, it is private ownership of some kind. And I don't know who owns the piece of land. Seems like we should know that. That would be a good piece of information to have, who owns this section. There is a little bit of access. You can see that Rattlesnake Road, I guess it is, or whatever. So just to get up to, probably gets you close to the reservoir. But we just from geographic name standpoint, I did look at it. I looked at it on Google Earth, and I don't see a face of any kind, although who knows from what angle you could see a little face. but I think it's a large granite rock. They're staring in, and it is, a fairly large water body to not have a name.
It is, yeah.
But it's non-commemorative, which we kind of like. Granite face, it matches a geographic feature rather than us having to try to assess how meritorious some person was to have their name on this lake. Yeah. So that's kind of a nice read there. But
yeah, I'm looking at Google Earth. There's a structure at the mouth of the lake, and there's definitely a lot of granite around. It's kind of hard to tell.
Should I unshare my screen?
Sure, I can show you what I'm looking at.
Stop share. If you've got that working.
Yeah, hang on, let's see. Okay.
I think I stopped sharing.
Yeah, you did.
Okay.
Okay, so just to kind of give you some perspective, there's this larger lake over here called Fordyce, you showed. And then, so our little lake in question is this little thing right here. You zoom in, there's this structure. So that's probably what the road is for. There is all this granite in the back end of the lake. So maybe some of that looks like a base.
Yeah, he said the northeast part, whichever. So that could be northeast. Is that?
Oh yeah, that's totally northeast. Yep, and it's got a nice looking beach actually.
It does.
Wow.
No, I can't tell if this is human or just logs over here.
That looks like a gate to open and close the reservoir, maybe.
Well, I think the creek comes out down here. Although, maybe that is what that is. So yeah, Richard, I think you brought up a lot of good questions to follow up on. The library might be able.
I'll do that and see what I can get. Oh,
Great.
the library to see if there's some historical.
Yeah, and I think they can help with ownership. If they can't, I can help you with that.
Okay.
If I can just interrupt for a second, this is Sue at the library. So one of our librarians did start looking into this a little bit. She looked extensively. I can just tell you what she wrote, which doesn't mean it's the final end of the story, but she said after extensive searching, she could not find an existing name for this reservoir, which lies between Fordyce Reservoir and Paradise Lake. She checked the map. She couldn't find any indicators of a reservoir in the appropriate area at all. She said that Fordyce Lake was built by the South Yuba Water Company, which PG&E later took over. So then she checked our South Yuba records to see if they made any mention of the reservoir, and they did not, as far as she could see. And then she looked at PG&E records online and also didn't find anything helpful there. But she didn't have a specific name to look for. She was going more or less off the geographic area. She said that Fordyce is managed by PG&E. And given that this is also an artificial reservoir just a few miles upstream, she was wondering if PG&E would have an internal designation for it. She said that nothing she saw showed any use of the term granite face lake for this spot. But then she didn't see any other references to it either. So she tried to look into it, was quite thorough. And that was her sort of final report on this, pending other, if there's more information that she can go on.
That's excellent. It might be worth contacting PG&E to see if they have a name for it.
That's what I was wondering, just based on what she wrote.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
I might have missed it, Sue. Did you get land ownership?
Well, just from what Elena is the librarian who did this, it looks like she was thinking that it was, she was saying that it's really close to Fordyce Lake. And so she was saying, well, that's South Yuba Water Company, which PG&E later took over. And then she wasn't really finding it anywhere else. So she was kind of pursuing if PG&E might be,
They could be the owner, but
yeah,
they might just have permits on somebody else's land too.
that's
so,
possible too. So she didn't find
Yeah.
anything definitive.
Okay.
But she was, saying just given that Fortis is managed by PG&E and that this is an artificial reservoir just a few miles upstream, she was just wondering about that connection. But that's as far as she got with this. And
Yeah, PG&E does own a lot of land.
They do.
Yeah, and they've had, kind of sequential reservoirs in a lot of places too.
Mhm.
Yeah, definitely.
So that would make sense. That would certainly be the first place to start. That's for sure.
So yeah, so that's where she left it, and I think that's probably as far as she could go
Oh, okay. Well, that
without
was
more
good.
information.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, and who did that? What's her name? Adrian?
That's Elena. Elena Smith is one of the librarians here in the California History section.
Oh, is that ELENA?
ELENA, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, all of the librarians started to look into most of these names.
Oh, boy. Wow.
And so, it depends what the name was, how far we got.
Oh, yeah.
So I looked into a couple too, and I didn't get very far with my two.
Oh, that's really good. She did a good job.
Yes,
Yeah.
she did.
Yeah.
I think I'm looking at the right parcel, and it looks like it is private.
Oh, you found it. Okay, but it doesn't
Yeah.
say.
Last name is Crump.
With a C?
Oh, with a K. So KRUMP.
Oh, that's the guy's name from Reno who proposed the name.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, at least it isn't Crump Lake.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He didn't really mention that he owned some of the property or the lake, unless I missed it. But yeah. So yeah, at least it's not Crump Lake, but maybe he's seen that granite, thought it looked like a face, or his family or something.
So yeah, that's
They
interesting. I wonder. The PG&E might be leasing it.
Does it look like they own the whole section or just the part the lake sits on?
Looks like they own the whole lake and land around it on my parcel viewer map.
Can you show us, Daniel, or is it restricted information?
I don't think I'll get in trouble for it. I'll ask for forgiveness.
Yes.
Okay. No one takes screenshots.
We're absolutely not publishing this to YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, good.
Oh wait, we're recording though.
Yes, yes, we are. That was why I made that joke.
So there's that. So they own this parcel here, and it looks like the same.
Oh, yeah.
Oh wow, they're
on these two.
That's the whole
Yeah.
parcel.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah, and then who owns the Fortis Lake?
Looks like all that's blank, so it probably is PG&E. Oh yeah, Pacific Gas and Electric Company.
Ah.
And then U.S. Forest Service.
And then there's another lake upstream. Keep going east. That's PG&E too.
Oh, is it this? No,
White
that's
Rock
not.
Lake up to the east.
That little.
Oh, still east, a couple miles.
Oh, okay. Oh, Paradise Lake.
Oh, those look like real lakes.
Oh no, still up north from Paradise Lake.
White Rock Lake.
There we go. White Rock Lake is the one upstream.
Let's see.
Oh,
That's a PG&E too.
upstream.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's upstream from which lake?
From Fortis.
And from proposed granite.
fake. Oh, I see.
That's a little interesting piece of information. The proponent owns
Yeah.
it. Okay,
So
well,
I would defer this, and I'll look into all these questions.
great. Yeah, it's like you've got some research to do. Yeah, we'll go ahead and defer based on needing more information.
Right.
Okay, well, our last case is the Duke.
Tiffany, real quick, we did
Oh.
get Mary Simmerer back.
Oh.
She had a power outage, so
Oh my
she
goodness.
is she is back with us. I gave her a quick heads up that we may want to circle back to her cases. So I'm not sure if you want to do those before or after the Duke.
Should we go ahead and finish up the list and then circle back?
I think that sounds good.
Yeah, fine with me.
Okay. Yeah, Daniel, why don't you go ahead and cover the Duke? It's kind of a new one. So.
Alrighty, so the Duke is it's a currently unnamed summit in the Stanislaus National Forest, and it's actually on the boundary of, makes up the boundary of the Emigrant Wilderness. The case summary is quite long, but I'll read it all because it's all pretty pertinent. So the new name, the Duke, is proposed for an unnamed 7,390 foot summit in Tuolumne County and within Stanislaus National Forest along the boundary of the Emigrant Wilderness. The name would commemorate John Wayne, 1907 to 1979, born Marion Robert Morrison and nicknamed Duke or the Duke. The proponent reports that the past quarter century members of an international fraternal organization have been going to the Kennedy Meadows, a working, hunting, and packing station in the High Sierras. The Duke pays homage to one of our past members, John Wayne, and is affiliated and is a fitting tribute to all cowboys and guides who work on the station. In addition to the 179 films he appeared in, John Wayne was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, fought to preserve wild lands, and raised millions of dollars for cancer research. The BGN staff asked for a justification to override the wilderness geographic name policy. The proponent responded with the following. You wouldn't find an area steeped in more history and tradition. For the good part of a century, the resort, the station in Kennedy Meadows, has served as a packing station offering guided trips to campers, fishermen, and hunters, eager to experience some of the hardest to reach alpine lakes and valleys in the High Sierras. In addition, many hikers of the Pacific Crest Trail journey through Kennedy Meadows. The unnamed mountain is in the proposal is the first major geographic feature that hikers and packers see once they leave the resort on the high mountain trails to the high country. The horsemen and horsewomen who guide these trips are a special breed of wilderness guide, using a hard-earned combination of wilderness skills, backcountry knowledge, and years of experience that allows safe travel to the heart of the Sierras. It is these amazing outdoorsmen who inspire the idea to name a unique mountain at the head of the Kennedy Meadows after famous horseman, actor, director, and philanthropist John Wayne, whose nickname was the Duke. The Bloom family, who owned the Kennedy Meadows Pack Station for decades, and one family member agreed that naming this peak the Duke would be a fitting tribute to the robust men and women who have spent their summer season here the past 75 years, guiding trips, taking care of stock, finding lost hikers, and taking families on daily rides into the mountains. Their presence at Kennedy is unique and sets the place apart from any other camp or resort in the High Sierras. There is not a single mountain or geographic feature in this area that recognizes the longstanding tradition of Kennedy Meadows Pack Station or significantly the invaluable contribution made by all their employees, both past and present. They uphold a longstanding tradition that protects the wilderness while at the same time enables people to enjoy it. These are the compelling reasons for these exceptional people deserve a fitting and respectful tribute, and why an exception to the BGN's policy should be made. I humbly ask you to embrace the history and tradition of this unique area and move forward to prepare a case briefing for review and approval for next steps. And then BGN, the proponent did not report the name of the International Fraternal Organization, but it presumed to be a group of Masons. Wayne was a 32nd degree Scottish Rite Mason. And then there's this screenshot that kind of the features in the middle here. You can see the lake above and the Kennedy Meadows Resort. This is one of the Creative Commons free to use photos I could find of the resort. And then this is a Google Street View that someone did. And it sits at the meadow just below. So that's the geographic feature there. And then this is the Kennedy Meadows Resort down here. And then this polygon here is the wilderness area. So actually the point serves as one of the boundary markers for the wilderness, the summit of this feature here. And then I put in the names policy for naming things in geographic areas. And then in terms of recommendations on the proposal, only one I had, and I didn't double check before, was no response from the County Board of Supervisors.
So it's just on the edge of the wilderness.
Yeah, it makes up the summit of it makes up the part of the boundary. So I guess this part here is technically in the, although he's just wanting the summit to be named it. So I guess it is on the boundary.
Wilderness gets special treatment.
Yeah. And I don't know if his justification talked a lot about the resort, but I can't make the connection between John Wayne and the resort. Just that they're both cowboys doesn't make a strong connection in my head. I could see if you wanted to call it Kennedy Meadows Summit or something like that, but I don't see the connection clearly, in my opinion, at least. I don't know if others see it differently.
Yeah, we always get a couple of these famous names that have like no connection, geographic connection. Sue, you have a comment?
Yeah, so I did a little looking into that, to the Duke, and trying to find some information connecting Masons to the peak or anything like that. I was not able to find anything like that. What I did find was some very racist quotes by John Wayne, which I included in a little report. I wasn't able to find useful information about the proponent, in terms of the stake, and again, I preliminary research, but in our holdings in the California history, but the sort of idea that it's celebrating the cowboy, the individualist, the mountain climber, etc. As I was looking for John Wayne quotes, I was also reading Heather Cox Richardson, who happened to have published something right around the same time about just the mythology of the white cowboy and how steeped in racist allusions that is. And then also began just looking into the very, very deep Native American history in that area. And so I think that, especially with a commemorative, famous person, where what is being celebrated is a certain take on history, there's a very, very deep Native American history in that area. And I included some references to that in several reports in my little research report that's on our research channel in Teams.
That's insightful. I guess it's fitting that the Cowboys are proposing this name.
This is Rich. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I just had a thought in terms of John Wayne that I don't know if they did it, but airport in Orange County was thinking about changing the name from John Wayne Airport because of
I heard about
John
that
Wayne.
too.
Yeah, how much did they do that? Does anybody know? Or
You know what? Let me Google it right now because I heard about that too, Richard.
yeah, so
Yeah, this is Rich Spradling. I'll chime in just in a brief interim here. The Forest Service, this is on Forest Service land, and we do not have our official opinion yet, but just as a slight foreshadowing, I don't think we're for this. But that's unofficial, and it has to do with the wilderness naming policy, which all you newbies should read. It needs an overriding need. I believe that's what it still says. And there's a few ways to do it. We don't see an overriding need. He does have concerning views about European settler expansion. I'm sure Sue has those quotes. They are concerning. I can't envision any, and he has no association with the feature either. So we got three. I believe we have 3 strikes.
Yeah. Yeah, and for me, it's the geographic. You don't need to name things in a wilderness, and I can't find a strong connection to.
Yeah, it's pretty much wilderness.
Yeah.
Well, and just as an FYI, I haven't found the definitive answer yet on the Orange County Airport, but those calling for that are citing the same set of quotes that I have in my little research brief there, where he supported white supremacy in an interview in Playboy in 1971. He espoused derogatory views of African Americans, Native Americans, and movies with gay characters. And from what I read, it's not like he went back later and said I was wrong. I didn't see any indication.
Oh, either way, okay.
Yeah, I caught a little bit later on, but not enough. It is just one of those things. So.
Well, those are some pretty good reasons. Do you want to move ahead for recommendation, Daniel?
Yeah, so I would recommend that the committee, I'm sorry, I forgot the word now, not go forward with it, not approve it.
Yeah.
Recommend to disapprove.
Yes, I would recommend to disapprove. Do I have any seconds?
I'll second.
Yeah.
And Mary, you're still hanging in there with us, so we have a quorum.
Yes, I am.
Your internet.
As the further discussion part is, not that I want to slow anything down. You don't have the official Forest Service opinion as the federal landowner, and we won't have that till next time. But
yeah, and
take that for what it's worth. You don't have what the Forest Service thinks.
we don't have the Forest Service. Sorry.
You don't have the official Forest Service opinion.
Or county.
Or county.
Yeah.
Right.
But does it not seem that the biggest objection is the fact there's no link to the area?
Certainly one
That's
of them.
definitely one of them. Yeah.
Yeah, and I would even say the largest one is that it's in the wilderness area, and that's
that too.
Big policy is you don't name things in wilderness.
Yep. And our new charter, we just trying not to name things for guys like this.
Right.
Just trying not to do that. So, but you don't have the official Forest Service opinion.
Okay, we'll add that to the notes, nor do we have the county opinion.
Okay, and we are down to 15 minutes left in our meeting time today, so we want to get moving.
Okay, let's, I think we're ready for a vote then, huh? Sure,
Okay.
do you want to lead the vote?
Yes, I'm just flipping over my notes so that I have the roster again. Okay, there we go. So Mary, you're up first.
Based on the wilderness naming criteria and the fact there's no historical connection, I vote no.
Thank you. Daniel Walsh, you
I vote to
recommend
disapprove.
to disapprove. Okay. Richard Liss,
I vote disapprove.
Amy Loseth,
Vote to disapprove as well.
Tiffany Meyer, you seconded.
Yeah, I vote to disapprove.
Okay, that is 100% of currently present members have voted to disapprove.
Great. Case closed. I feel like putting a stamp down on it. Okay, let's revisit the Sawyer Falls. Mary, did you hear any of Daniel's presentation on that? We were just about to vote and then we realized we lost you, and so we didn't have a quorum.
Which case was that?
That was Daniel's other case about the falls on private land where the proponent was the owner of the property. And
I only heard the last 5 minutes, basically. That's when I came back.
Oh, shoot. Okay. Well,
do you want me to run through it again, Tiffany? Or
sure. Do you think we can wrap this baby up in 12 minutes?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
I think
the last 5 minutes was most of the discussion, I think.
Yeah. And we've already discussed it, but we definitely want Mary to hear the case so she has an educated view on the vote.
Alrighty. So I'll just go through the case summary again. So Sawyer Falls is located along the Glen Alpine Creek in private land within the Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit. So the new commemorative name for Sawyer Falls is proposed for 250-foot long falls located along the Glen Alpine Creek in El Dorado County within the U.S. Forest Service Lake Tahoe Basin Management Unit. The name is intended to commemorate the proponent's parents, who are Robert Lee Sawyer Jr. and Alice Olson Sawyer, who in 1961 acquired 2 acres of land overlooking the falls, where they built an A-frame cabin owned and used by the family. Mr. Sawyer served as a pilot instructor during World War II, and he had a 35-year career in senior management at Pacific Gas and Electric. The Sawyer family would visit the cabin as often as possible, and they assisted with the restoration project at the Glen Alpine Springs Resort. Then the falls are a quarter-mile upstream from another falls that is named after famous Polish actress Helen Modjeska, who performed at the Glen Alpine Resort in 1855. And then so below here is some historical photos that the proponent provided, and then a painting of the falls and the cabin, and then kind of the cabin in situ with the other falls above it and 2 of the other falls that are below it, and also the cabin there. And then the 2 obituaries from the husband and wife, and then just where it sits in the overall landscape. That's their cabin there. These are the proposed falls here. And this is just a better look of the feature, the whole falls area there. And then land ownership wise, it is a private parcel. We probably heard the discussion of this might be a little off and where the creek actually falls within the private property in holding of the U.S. Forest Service. And then the County Board of Supervisors does support it. And then currently, or actually, I guess we do have a response from the U.S. Forest Service, but no response from the Native American tribes. That's about it, I think.
From my notes, one of the advisors noted that within the rules for commemorative names, the history of this family in the area is quite short for having solely been property owners, not being residents. This was a summer home. Several members voiced agreement. There has not been tribal response at the federal level, and that is the gist of what I have noted down.
Yeah, so in general, looking at commemorative names, we're looking for a positive association or influence on the area, and we just weren't seeing it with this Sawyer family.
Yeah, there was a tiny, they did do a little bit of summer work just upstream, but just in the summer and not very much.
Property improvement, probably.
Something, I forget.
Is there anyone living at the cabin now?
I believe
Still
it's
owned by the family.
owned by the family, right?
I assume it's still a vacation home.
Yeah, but apparently not year-round ownership, just a summer place.
It was also noted that this is private property, so it would not be accessible to members of the public. for the most part.
Yeah, so this road is the Forest Service trail that takes you up to the mountains, and it kind of goes away from the falls over here. Kind of lead people off away from the private property.
So the usefulness of this name to the general public is doubtful? Is that the issue?
Or they didn't have they didn't have a big impact on the feature or the area around it, other than building a cabin, I think was our consensus or our thinking.
Okay.
So the husband was a PG&E businessman, so probably somewhat wealthy. This is their summer vacation home. It's just not very compelling reason to have a falls named after you.
Yeah, it's 60 years of owning some property.
That was the Cliff Notes.
The Cliff Notes.
Would you be comfortable?
Thank you very much.
Voting? We were going to take it to a vote, and then we lost you, and we realized we didn't have a majority, so we decided to hold off until the next meeting when we had more people. But now that you're back, we could potentially vote. If you're comfortable with that, with the Cliff Notes.
I think so. It doesn't, there's not a lot of complexity here, so.
No.
I would be comfortable voting.
Okay.
So
go ahead, Kara.
Oh, I was just going to say, do we want to just move forward since we already had the recommendation for disapproval and seconding?
Oh, sure. Just go ahead and go into the vote.
Jump straight into it. Okay, so we're starting off with Mary.
Disapprove.
Okay. Daniel Walsh.
I disapprove.
Richard Bliss.
Uh-oh, I hope we didn't.
Okay.
Oh, there he is.
Oh,
Oh, did you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Now we
Okay.
can.
Okay. Yeah, I disapprove.
Okay. Amy Loseth.
Disapprove.
Tiffany Meyer.
Disapprove.
Okay. We have voted to disapprove. No abstentions, no approvals. We have 5 minutes left.
Great. So, Mary, we lost you at the perfect time. I thought maybe you just didn't want to talk about your cases. And with 5 minutes, I don't think it's really worth putting you on the spot for those, since I know that you haven't had time to research them anyway. So thinking maybe we could wrap up. So is our RMI and Reisler seats?
Do you want me to give just a brief summary of them or what?
If you want to, and if you can do it in like just a couple minutes, but if not, that's fine. We can revisit them at our next meeting. Want to plow through them really fast?
Yeah, well, and I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, Aramia Point, or is it Arama? How would you pronounce that?
I was saying Aramai, but I don't know if that's right either. There's another A in there.
It's an unnamed feature It's in the city of Pacifica, San Mateo County. The only reason I would really kind of focus on this one today is that there is a ceremony coming up apparently next month or fairly soon here, where they would like to announce that the name was adopted. So I don't know if that's sufficient reason, but I'll bring it up.
That is not sufficient.
Yeah. The city of Pacifica has referred to this area as Rockaway Point. But the city does approve the name change, as does the Native American tribe in the area. And so the details are quite, it's really been laid out well. And so in the summary, there are some photos of the point and its elevation, where it's located. It's 171 feet high. It's at the Pacifica State Beach. So in a nutshell, there doesn't seem to be any opposition. It's named after a tribe that's been in the area for hundreds of years, actually thousands, prior to the arrival of the Spanish. And so the mayor supports it. We have a letter of support from one of the County Board of Supervisors. And let's see, I think there was one other.
Do we have support from the tribe?
Yes.
Oh. Well, that's compelling. Were you thinking of bringing it up for a vote today?
Well, I don't want to rush it if people have questions, basically because of the power outage, but you know, I don't know how familiar people are with this case, how long it's been in front of the committee.
Not at all. None of us are familiar.
Oh, so this might be a little quick then.
Okay.
So, but
yeah, with 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I don't want, that would not be appropriate. Yeah.
Okay.
So anyways, you have it. The Arami people, and it looks like it has a lot of support from with the locality and the tribe.
Yeah, it does sound very compelling, but unfortunately, yeah.
I do have a quick question. Did you say who owns the point or the
Well, it's located within the city.
Okay.
And it's managed by the city of Pacifica. And a little bit of it is within the Bureau of Land Management. It's Coastal California National Monument. It's just apparently a few outcroppings are within that. The rest of it is apparently managed by the city. Doesn't really specify ownership.
But we do have BLM support, correct?
Correct.
I just wanted to chime in. I just wanted to chime in, and I realize that we're right up to the edge, but I did start doing a bit of research into it, and in my little report thing, I mean, like Mary is saying, I mean, there's a deep history of the Arami in the area. There are two historical societies that might be worth contacting, but it did look like in general very positive. And the proponent is managing director of the Pacifica Ocean Discovery Center, and you know, I didn't spend years looking at anything, but he didn't seem to have any strange nefarious angle or you know. So and then I also saw like lots of different approval listed there from the Pacifica Historical Society, the president of the San Pedro Creek Watershed Coalition, some other things. So just to toss that in there.
Well, let me put this out here. Does anybody have to go right now? Could we spend 5 or 10 more minutes to wrap this up? And if you have any obligations, please speak up, or if you're just exhausted and want to leave.
And James, can we do that? since we know you're on your account.
Yeah, it's fine. I can stay around.
Does that sound like something people want to do?
Yeah,
Or should we go
that works for me.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, anyone need to bail, and don't feel pressured at all. This is a big ask. just stick around. I kind of feel like we could possibly wrap this up with all that support.
Yeah, well, let's go for it.
Okay, let's do it. Are there any other questions or concerns? We haven't looked at it geographically.
Yeah, it's too bad we don't have a map to look at.
Well, if
But-
I could share, I don't know, I'm not a Zoom expert, but within the document that was the case file, there is a map on page, I believe it's page 4 or yeah. And it does show the Coastal California National Monument, the BLM land, the Pacifica State Beach, which it's right adjacent to. And then on the other side of that point that's being proposed is Rockaway Beach. So it's an outcropping into the ocean, and right behind it is the Golden Gate National Recreation Area. So
I can share my screen, Mary. I have a
oh,
map up.
excellent. That would be great.
That's the coordinates there for the. I wanted to see if it was in the state park, but it's not. So.
Little islands out there.
Yeah, so hopefully that helps. You can see where Rockaway Beach is there, if you could keep zooming in. Okay, it's going to be in between the Pacifica State Beach and the, keep zooming in because we're still kind of a.
Daniel, do you think we should reach out to Pacifica State Beach, get their input?
I don't. Oh, I don't know. We don't operate Pacifica State Beach. We just own the land.
Okay.
The city operates it. It's one of the few that we don't operate.
And the city has turned in a letter of support for this name. So City of Pacifica does support it.
Okay. Do you want to move forward with the vote? There's no opposition.
This is Richard Litt. I just had a question. Was there any opposition? It doesn't sound like it.
None that I found, but like I said, I haven't done a tremendous amount of research. This is the package that came forward. It looked good to me. I felt comfortable with what I was seeing.
Yeah, it seems like the main players are on board, and it's helpful that Sue already did some background research on it. Didn't find anything nefarious. Do you want to go ahead with the vote?
If you're asking me, I would be comfortable going ahead with the vote because I did do some research and nothing obvious came up. But there is a lot of support for it.
Does anyone feel like this is too rushed? I'm feeling comfortable with it because, well, because of all the support, and particularly the tribe themselves are in support. That would have been my one concern, but sounds like that's covered too.
Mm-hmm. Seems okay to me too.
Okay. So Mary, if you're ready for a vote, you can.
I make a motion that we approve the name Armea Point.
And then we need someone to second that.
I'll second it.
Great. Last chance for any further discussion, comments to add to the minutes. Any concerns? Okay, so we go ahead for a vote.
Okay.
Charity.
Yes, sorry, I had to unmute myself.
Oh.
Mary, you recommended to approve, so I'm going to count that as an approve. Daniel Walsh.
Approve.
Richard Liss.
I approve.
Amy Loseth.
I approve.
Tiffany Meyer.
I approve.
That is 5-4, none against, and no abstentions.
And so basically that is approved based on overwhelming support. Correct? Anything else, Mary? Add?
No, I have no further comments.
Okay. Okay, well, thanks everyone for sticking around. It's kind of nice to get that moved forward, and then it'll make the city council very happy. They can announce it. Well, this is it's only a recommendation, so it still has to go through the board of geographic names to become official. But with that, thank you all so much for sticking with us all day long. It's a long day. There's a lot of information and great presentations, all of you who had them, which was everybody on the committee.
Everyone here today.
Everybody here today, yes. And with that, I'll go ahead and close and have a great weekend, everyone.
Hey, Tiffany, do we know the next meeting date?
Oh my gosh.
Yes, that was on the agenda.
Oh, it sure was, yes. I'm like trying to move things forward a little too fast. I think, let's see. Agenda. Oh, in fact, there's two more things. The next meeting is December 8th, and then we have a proposed springtime meeting. Let me just turn this up on the screen real quick. For March 25th. So be sure to get that December 8th on your calendars and March 25th, and hopefully that one will work out too. So we're trying to get those dates out as far as possible. Anything else last second?
I got one last second. Just who determines when the next meetings will be? Does one ever poll the members of the board about their vacation plans or anything like that?
We have not. It's basically Kira and Lizzie and I have picked these dates. We do look at holidays and we try to avoid those, but that's as far as we've gotten.
Yeah, I think it looks fine. I just sometimes we used to always go around the room. Is that a good day for you?
We're working with about 20 people, I think, right now. So
good point. Good point.
it's rough.
Yes.
Yeah. So with the committee members that are here today, do either of those dates not work? As of now.
They're fine with me.
And I will go ahead and send out a calendar hold immediately on those, just so we can get those on people's calendars.
Yeah, I just think we have being protective of our quorum.
Yeah, absolutely. That's yeah, it's a long haul.
And we'll follow up on the what we should be doing in terms of that as well.
Yeah, we'll have another discussion about that. Okay, well, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great weekend.
You too.
Alrighty. Bye-bye.
Thanks. And
Bye.
thanks, Tiffany.
Absolutely.
Bye.
Thank you, everybody.